Alright, bruv, how you doing, you cunt? In this pod, we'll be having a look at when the Proggly wrestling was in its prime, just like 2004 Wayne Rooney. That geezer was a right fucking striker. Come on, New England! We're going to have a gander at all the blokes and birds who've gone on to bigger things. But we'll also be taking the mick out of all them right plonkas who gone and gone self-cancelled. Fucking cancelled little cunt.
Fucking little mug.
But before we start proper, I just want to ask you lot, who has been to see Proggly before? Show for the first time, mate. That's what I like to hear. Everyone's seen the Proggly. Nobody hasn't seen it. You can. Hello,
LAB.
Fake clip, chiller. Free my fucking niggas. 785. Gang.
LAB.
Like where they go?
Wembley.
Where they you hiding?
Wembley.
Jump in the hoopty. Make
Jim Smallman.
drive it. I heard there was
Robbo.
on the block, so come let's go find them. I heard there was
Robbo.
on the block, so come let's go find them. It's like free.
Jimmy fucking Havoc.
I know he's holding shit down in ISIS. Fucking nigga. Like this time last year, Belmarsh, I was baking off with the lifers. Right now I'm kinda pissed off, I'm really trying to breach my license. And I've been on the run for a year now, as long as I keep dashing from the sirens.
What, mate?
Alright, bruv. Mate.
What, you old mucker?
Mate, what the fuck?
Mate, did you see the Proggly?
Oh, I saw the Proggly.
I just saw the Proggly at Wembley Arena, and mate, you're gonna want to see this.
Mate, I'm still on the Electric Ballroom, Alexandria Palace.
Oh, mate, trust me, you're gonna want to see the Wembley Arena.
You having a fucking sponge bath with me, mate?
Mate.
Mate? Mate?
Mate, have you been to see Progress before? Who's been to... Give me a twisty if you've been to see Progress before.
A little twisty.
And if it's your first time, don't give me a little twisty.
I will never give you a little twisty.
1-1. Even split.
The questions of Jim Smallman as he addresses the Progress audience. A common occurrence here at Progress Wrestling, but this time he is doing it in front of Wembley.
So you might be wondering, why did I pick this show? And there's a backstory for this. So one day I was just minding my own business at home, and suddenly I heard a commotion outside my window. I looked from behind the curtain, and there was one person marching outside my front garden, yelling, "Do a podcast about Proggly." I just wrote it off as like some mad nutter and continued with whatever it was I was doing. But when I went to look again, there was 2 of them. Concerning. But I tried my best to ignore it. And then I looked again and there was 4, then 8, then 16, until eventually there was 90,000 people.
Oh,
the capacity of Wembley Stadium. Out there demanding progress. At this point, I thought, right, it's time to call the fuzz, mate. So riot police turns up, German shepherds and police horses. I saw a cop with a baton pummeling the fuck out of some geezer in a CCK cap. And he was all like, "Oh no, don't be a dick, mate." There was petrol bombs being thrown by mustache mountain heads. My windows were put in by 2 guys wearing Defend Indie Wrestling shirts. So finally I thought, enough is enough. So I pulled out the megaphone that's under my bed. And I said 3 simple words into it. "This is Proggly." And everyone started joining in. Me, the CCK guys, the Defend Indie Wrestling guys, the Mustache Mountain guys, and the coppers, all in perfect harmony. Even the fucking horses and the dogs stood up on hind legs and started joining in. Everyone got exactly what they wanted, and they all just went home. It was mad. So yeah, once that happened, I gave it some thought, and I realised, you know what? The rioters are justified, as they often are. This would make a good podcast. You know, I remembered our REMP episode on, I think it was FWA British Uprising, and the fun that we had discussing the grappling from this side of the Atlantic. And then obviously you got the phenomenon of fucking Robbo, the world's funniest wrestler. Just saying his name makes me giggle. Robbo. And there's the whole experience of how pre-speaking out progress, even, you know, to revisit it, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Nobody's done this.
It really is like a time capsule to like go back to this time. Like, you know, this I think this is like a supernova of British wrestling, much in the same way that, like, you know, you can look at like other promotions at their peak, and you know, it's the peak because like it's down from there. Like, this is something that like really resembles just like a star exploding at its highest point, and like it's not going to be the same from here because we're already like well into the progress being co-opted by WWE. NXT UK has got enough. The NXT UK title is here. Cassius Ohno was in the Strong Style 16 tournament, and you know, I feel like the coronavirus probably disrupted their chances at like being a proper like Evolve type, didn't it?
Yeah, probably, and all the pedos and stuff.
Yeah. The pedos in the pandemic, you know, those 2 P's like really combined forces to destroy the Proggly. So yeah, like it's them at their peak. I cannot imagine that anything since has rivaled the scale of running an actual arena.
No, I mean, I don't hear much from now. I follow Robbo on Twitter.
Yeah.
And he'll post the odd stuff that he's doing with his boys Costa K and Malik.
Yeah.
And it seems pretty funny, but it gets like very little like engagement.
Oh yeah.
His last tweet got like 1 like. And then the actual...
was that last tweet 100% slander?
This is slander. Yeah, they whipped up a quick little image on Paint of Robbo saying vote reform, take our borders back.
Which is very good. It's very good.
Send back the boats.
Sink all the boats, mate. Even the ones not doing anything. I fucking hate boats.
I fucking hate boats.
But yeah, the only other thing I've heard from Progress in the last year or so is they had that weird clip that got a load of quote tweets of people shitting on it. It was fucking Aiden English and some other British guy, and they were doing HBK versus Hogan selling for 5 minutes. And everyone was
I can remember that. Yeah,
this is shit.
Yeah, really, Progress absolutely fell off because I'm just thinking about around this time would have been when people become lapsed fans of Progress. They start thinking the magic is gone. I remember the earlier chapters where this felt like the best wrestling in the world, and now WWE ruined it. And
I remember a callback to Chapter 6.
Oh yeah, yes. Great encyclopedic knowledge.
I wonder if they still do that stuff. Is this just like at Chapter 6?
I'd hope they would, but I also don't because I didn't appreciate it.
Yeah. So Progress were they were flying pretty high. Their tickets always sold out quickly in the Electric Ballroom. They did larger shows in Alexandra Palace, and this was their crowning achievement. Not actually at Wembley Stadium, but the SSE Arena right near it.
Did you think it was see back in the day when they announced we're running Wembley? Did you think it was going to be Wembley Stadium? Because I did.
I was like, what? What? That would be a weird atmosphere. Just 90% of a stadium empty.
Yeah. And then I saw a picture of it. I was like, wait a minute.
Wait a minute. That's not Wembley. I can't watch the FA Cup there.
Yeah, it really left the wound in us so deep that only Tony Khan could heal it by giving us Grapply that you could watch the FA Cup at.
Yeah. AEW hate Hello Wembley is coming soon, obviously.
Gosh, it's crazy to think that this is before AEW. So much of just the content is a time capsule, let alone the larger context that exists in of there not being not being an alternative for basically America and Europe. It would be at this point where it's still New Japan Pro Wrestling is the number 2 promotion in the world.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. Thankfully now it's Impact.
Yeah, of course. Love that new number 2.
Yeah, I love that new shit.
You're right. The feeling of goodwill had started to dissipate bit by bit by this point. I was definitely pretty done with them at this point. Although I did watch this show with my partner a few months afterwards because they thought it would be a laugh, and I guess it was. So you've never seen a full Progress show before, have you?
No, yeah, I was just thinking there that
it's your round. It's your round.
Oh no. Fucking
buy me a pint.
I was thinking there, just generally with British wrestling. I remember being on social media and just seeing how British wrestling had just seemingly overnight leapfrogged into just being in the upper echelon of quality, right? Everyone is talking about Progress and Rev Pro and shit, and they're just absolutely no bother. Oh, my top 5 ever. Yeah, Marty Scurll's in there. Absolutely, bro. It was crazy, and I would just kind of go along with it. maybe like I remember like, let's see, what would I have watched from Revolution Pro during this time? It would have been like, oh,
Continue?
I watched I would have watched like, oh, it's Chris Hero versus Shibata, and I'm like, oh, cool, British wrestling must be back.
Hell yeah, an American and a Japanese man.
Exactly. Yeah, I never really delved into like the natives, and you know, I had this sort of thing in my heart when I watched this show, and I was like, what the fuck was everyone talking about? Honestly.
Yeah, so I feel like I missed the stuff that like the Progress fans got misty-eyed about, like there's this massive storyline with Jimmy Havoc where he like beats the fuck out of Jim Smallman or some shit.
Yeah.
I've only really heard like hearsay about it. So that is when Proggly was proper goodly.
Yeah. Like it's like they say, like what feels like multiple times, like this goes back not just a year but so much longer. It's really the sunk cost promotion. You have to invest a lot of time to like it.
Yeah, I think Marty Scurll, he would probably already be in like Ring of Honor by the time I started paying attention to Progress.
Right. Yeah.
Or New Japan maybe. Or I guess he was probably doing both at the same time.
Yeah, that sort of conglomerate. Yeah.
Yeah. So he wasn't really about, and he was considered like a very key member of its uprising. So I guess my experience of the Proggly is like, you know, occasionally I would wonder like, what if they're fed, but one guy's from Long Eaton and another guy's from Stoke? That'd be mad. I don't know why I wanted to see this so much, but WWE's initial UK tournament came up at a pretty opportune time for those curiosities. Checked it out. It was pretty well booked and presented, I thought. And obviously, like, the main promotion that they were shouting out was Progress, and I sort of started watching a little bit of it. And there would be like eyebrow-raising moments about it, but there would also be like, I think I remember the first match I really liked from it was Volta the Fat Cunt and Axel Dieter Jr. against the South Pacific Power Trip, and that was pretty good, and it kept me on board for like a year.
Who's the South Pacific Power Trip again?
That would be TK Cooper and Travis Banks, who seemed like a pretty useful team. And then something happened with TK Cooper, because they're both Kiwis. I think something happened with TK Cooper immigration-wise.
Oh.
And then Travis Banks got this big singles push towards the title, which I don't think anyone was really asking for. But we got it.
Yeah. Then he became an epic fucking heel.
He certainly did. And then, I guess over the year that I watched it, the Fat Cunt would have plenty of quality stuff. It was my first time seeing him, you know.
Yeah.
There's the occasional other good match, like War Machine did a match with one of the tag teams that they had at the time.
Oh.
And they had a nice brawl. I think Jeff Cobb versus Matt Riddle, when that was an appealing thing, I was like, wow.
Oh, yeah. God, you remember that like time period where it was like, oh, did you know Matanza wrestles unmasked? Yeah. Oh, those were the days. I'm noticing that like you're bringing up these sort of like cherry pick. Oh, there was a good match here and a good match there. Were you not liking the median quality of a Progress card?
It's tough. It's tough to gauge. There was definitely things that I was less keen on, like from the beginning, and I feel like they sort of rose in annoyance over time, until it got to the point. I think I remember watching a show maybe 6 months before this Wembley show, and it had the anti-fun police,
Oh,
and it was the big fat boy
yep.
who does the fake Mexican gimmick, and everyone in the crowd was like dying from laughter, and the commentary was like they could barely speak through the tears. I was just like, I don't think I want to watch this anymore.
Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. You know, I was really trying to like think about like the Progress crowd. Its nature is like incredibly. It's like soaked into the ground like blood by the time of the show. You know, like there's such a rhythm to it and such a routine of it. I think about like, oh, it's a real hot crowd. They make a lot of noise. That improves the show and is good for the business. That's on paper, but in practice, I fucking hate it. I don't like it, and it sort of reminds me of like, you know, like when like, you know, oh, Raw after WrestleMania crowds, you know, became like a real thing. You know,
Oh yeah.
they're doing epic pops, and it just feels as if like it just does not feel like it's like being like earned by like the content as such. Like it's just sort of like, obviously like you use like an audience member, like you do kind of play along, but it felt like they were like carrying out work responsibilities, you know. And
Yeah.
yeah,
I guess that like developed over the years because I would have watched bits and pieces of FWA in like the mid 2000s, and they seemed a pretty like normal audience. They weren't necessarily trying to be like, it's the crazy British fans. They're the best fans in the world.
yeah.
But over time, I guess like all these little like, because it's such a tight knit scene as well. All these memes would travel around like 1-4.
Oh
Shit
yeah.
like that. There was a time period where that was like spreading to WWE, and that's like fucked up.
Yeah, I remember like
'Cause
fucking.
I remember like hearing the what is supposedly the backstory of that is that just like a ring announcer fucked up. It's like the following contest is scheduled for 1-4, no, and it is scheduled for 1-4. and this joke lasts like 10 years. It's like,
Yeah.
alright, it's pretty funny a guy fucking up, but 10 years? Let it go!
And like, I remember it spreading to WWE because it was like, oh, the ring announcer doesn't leave a beat after saying one fall. They're censoring our one fall joke. And it's like, oh man, us Britons.
I think there was also a thing of like when there was when the wrestlers were outside the ring and the referee was starting a count out, they'd say the number and then the fans would say the number that is ahead of that number. So the ref would be like 1 and they'd be like 2. It's like, no,
Oh
don't
yeah,
know what you're trying to do there. It's not good.
yeah, and interfering with the umpires' work responsibilities. That's real mature from you, wrestling fans. Real mature.
The count
I'm not laughing.
The count out is a very important possibility of match finish. You must respect it.
What do you think of songs being in wrestling crowds?
Yeah, not too keen on it. I mean, I guess there's probably some more acceptable uses. I think it's more, especially you'll see this nowadays with when like WWE goes to like Europe and stuff, just like singing for the fucking whole match, regardless of what is going on.
Yeah.
It's one thing to sing a bit of the song and then, cut it at like 15 seconds or so. But to just keep it going and keep it going. It's like,
Yeah.
you might as well just turn your backs at that point and start tugging each other off.
yeah. It's literally like internal twistying by the WWE universe. Yeah, it's in like like obviously, like as you say, like it's not going to be like an absolute. But I just feel that like wrestling is like, it is not football. It's not something where like like football can be a very ambient sport where you can afford to do such things. Wrestling though,
if that ball is just being tossed around in midfield, then go for it.
yeah.
And then a football fan, if there's a chant going and then somebody's through on goal, the chant will stop and everyone will go, whoa!
Yeah.
They'll respect what is happening. And that would have been one of the things that I had sort of like near immediate reservations about. But there would be times when they'd have like maybe a foreigner, and those are the points when the sort of, especially in the electric ballroom, like a venue made for rock bands, really good acoustics, that would shine through when everyone's just like into a match, and it's just excitement.
The true evil is Walter, because he was the one who kept you going with the Proggly. You'd do a foreign and you'd be like, okay, maybe I should keep checking for what Connor Mills is doing.
On to chapter 52, mate. So yeah, I did attend some shows. I attended 3 shows in total.
Nice.
The tickets were tough to get, but I managed to go to the show with Timothy Thatcher versus the Fat Cunt, which was an excellent time, and I'm confident that I would still feel the same way about that today.
Sure.
Eventually, though, it started to, like the eyebrow raising qualities started to overshadow the positives that I felt, and the fawners would become less frequent. When it did happen, they felt less significant. Yeah.
What would have been the last show that you watched?
I can't remember what else was on it, but it would be that anti-fun police match.
Right. Yeah.
It's like, okay, we can tie a bow on this now. Apart from watching the Wembley show as a laugh, like 6 months after it happened or something.
God, I remember like the anti-fun police being like such a fucking hit with my Twitter timeline back in the day. Not even for like Proggly, but it's like, Fight Club Pro. They ran a show where it's Chief Deputy Dunne doing epic shit, and it's like, man, I don't know about this.
Yeah. I never watched the old Fight Club Pro. The main thing I remember from it was when the Briscoes turned up and somebody was waving a pride flag and it got heated.
Yeah, it got heated. God, yeah, that is like a big thing. I'm just thinking, like, you know a feeling I had was I remember like people felt this with like Okada when he like was leaving New Japan, and like, because he wasn't putting anyone over there eventually, like, why does he just fucking leave? Why didn't he just fucking leave already? I can't take it. And I didn't have this like same sort of intensity.
Are you talking about the month known as January?
Oh my god. Fucking British strong style being like, either like UK champion or otherwise like WWE contracted talent, and basically not losing, but still making all the towns across the entire British indie circuit. And eventually I was like, man, I should just go to WWE like full time. This feels like it's gone on really long.
And there was that period where they were all doing the pedigree. Yeah, not great.
Yeah. Pretty terrible. Fucking Pete Dunne versus Yoshihashi in Revolution Pro. And that's what I'm talking about.
I think I've seen that. I was curious how this revisit would go though. It's been a long time. I've changed a bit. And I was wondering, what would shine through more, the qualities that got me into it in the first place, or the ones that made me walk away in disgust?
Wow. Well, we'll have to get into it to find the answer to that question.
They got new owners after all the commotion, And I don't know much about those guys. They seem to keep themselves comparatively anonymous.
I bet they don't even take a poll in the audience as to who's seen the Proggly before.
Damn, those poor bastards. The newbies aren't buying them a drink.
Progress chapter 79. Hello, Wembley. It begins with
76.
I'm so sorry.
Call back to chapter 76. So yeah, another big thing is that when I was browsing, like, because I kind of knew I wanted to talk about the Proggly at some point, at least once.
Yeah.
And I was browsing cards, and there was some really painful looking ones. I feel like this, but keep this in mind, this is having it easy. Compared to some of the stuff that I could have picked in like 2018.
Oh dear. So this is easy. Okay, I got it. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
You got off light.
Well,
So we all know and love the grapplometer. It's great. It's flawless. It uses scientific data to determine the appropriate number for any wrestling show.
yes.
But here I will use for probably the only time ever the cancelled armator, which is I don't know, it's possibly a lot less reliable, but we'll see.
Do you want me to play the jingle?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, here it is. The Consometer.
Right. Make. I thought I was gonna have to like speak through that. I want you. So this is the cancelled and semi-cancelled Proggly alumni who sadly didn't make it to Wembley because they got knocked out in the quarterfinals. Football reference. So first of all, we got make your own Brexit mask at home using paper and PVA glue. It's El Ligero! Arriba! And he scores an 8.6 on the cancelometer.
Oh shit.
His podcast does less views on YouTube than OGP Shorts. Like and subscribe to the official Grapply podcast on YouTube. It's Marty Whoop Whoop Skull. And he gets a 12.4. Wow.
12.4, fuck.
The Kiwi Buzzsaw. No, Demus hit you with car door. It's Travis Banks. And he gets a 19.111.
Oh shit. This is like some fucked up version of like We Rate Dogs.
He's a bloke called James Davis who allegedly beat his missus. It's the intriguingly named Strangler Davis.
Oh.
And he gets a 17.01. He dodged the allegations just by saying to Triple H, "No, I didn't do it," instead of all the people who said, "Yes, I did it." It's Jordan Devlin Madonna. And he scores a 4.4. Brain too tiny to sell head drops. It's Will Ospreay, bruv.
Oh.
And he scores a 6.1.
6.1. Ooh. Oh dear.
Is this Iggy Pop and the Stooges? Because this is Proto-Punk. She had the first ever AEW scrap, not at her seafood restaurant, with Sadie Gibbs. It's B. Priestley.
Woo!
5.2 for B. Priestley.
Alright.
Double entry here. I think these guys did some shit, but I can't remember what or who to. Because who cares? It's some lower card guys named Alex Cupid and Josh Shooter.
Alright.
And they score a 0.1.
100% slander.
Because they could probably come back and no one would notice. Come here, referee, and let me slam the fuck out of you. It's Josh Bodum.
Oh shit! He was a Proggly guy.
He had a couple of matches. I think he actually he was one of the few who actually no, that guy's too much of a dick. He breaks the number one rule of progress, which is don't be a dick.
He breaks the rule.
So he was only being booked by Quilden for ages until he did the shit with the ref. Yeah. and he scores a 2. Sneaky good TV freener, Havoc. It's Gentleman Jack Gallagher.
Oh man.
Yeah, he was pretty good.
Yeah, fuck. God damn.
And he scores an 8.1.
Yeah, should be around, but damn.
He had an Only Fools and Horses gimmick, and then he was the GM of NXT UK. But most importantly, he was shit. It's Sid Scala.
Wow.
He scores an 11.
Yup. You deserve it.
Must stay at least 200 yards away from schools. It's Wolfgang.
Oh.
What are you doing in your car, you dirty cunt? It's a 43 for you, even though you're still a WWE superstar somehow.
Is he? Is he still there?
Yeah, Gallus, man. They're always there.
Oh, fuck, he's in Gallus. Wow.
Yeah.
Does The Rock know about this?
So much talent, man.
Listen, Jabroni, I heard about the allegations. I'm taking back the Terramania right now.
The Rock's been watching Gallus, and The Rock thinks you absolutely suck. Speaking of Gallus, look at my pod. It's Joe Coffey.
Oh, no. Oh, dear.
He gets a 3.4. Oh, this is a good one. Dodged a bullet because his call-out post in 2020 was too Brit-Rest-centric, and I regularly think about what wrestling would look like now if AEW never hired him. It's Boom Boom Colt Cabana!
Oh! Whoa! Whoa! I did not know of this. Holy shit.
And he gets a 0.01 because nobody knows about it. And I'll let you know after the show. Another double entry here. You guys are referees. How the fuck do you get cancelled as referees? It's Chris Roberts and Joel Allen.
Wow. Is that like both of the referees on this show?
Chris Roberts is definitely on the show. I'm not sure about the other one.
Wow.
They were sort of implicated in the David Starr stuff somehow.
Oh.
3 of them.
Jeez Louise. Fucking hell.
3 of them hanging out because none of the wrestlers want to hang out with David Starr.
Fuck.
Nearly at the end now. Touch my hog and they'll clap like seals. It's Joey Ryan, who was somehow never actually booked by Progress, but I just wanted to say that line, so deal with it.
Yeah. I feel you.
But both of those last 2 entries get a 6. So yeah, that's cancelled Pro. All those guys will be starting a new promotion in September. Be sure to check them out.
Oh wait, if you don't have the cancelled list, oh, that was the cancelometer.
I hope it's
So this show opens up in like a way that immediately pisses me the fuck off. That being a fucking shitty ass, like fake VHS glitchy neon text thing saying, "Oh yeah, bruv, Don't pirate our stuff. It's illegal. Don't be a dick. Support independent wrestling.
Oh, sorry, mate. I didn't realise I was watching fucking Killers of the Flower Moon at my fucking local Cineworld. Jesus fucking Christ! Anyway, shouts out to XWT for the rip of the show that we used to record this. What are you gonna do about it? Eh?
Yeah, small man.
Yeah, you small man.
So,
Gonna knock on my house? Doubt it.
yeah, I mean, like, there was like tens of thousands of people already did that at your house to demand this show. So, you know, what's one small man going to be like? You know.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a dark battle royale that we didn't get to see. Just scanning it now. I don't think anybody makes the cancelled monitor on this, which is a fucking miracle. Somehow.
Mr. Oku is in that, isn't he?
Oh yeah, the Odgmo.
Yes, the Ojmo, yeah. And he goes on to become a bloody face of Quildanism. So, you know,
Yeah.
it's a match of promise.
Chris Ridgway in there, Drew Parker, Ricky Shane Page for some reason.
Yeah.
He's an American. He's an American. You went all the way just for a dark battle royale.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. In GL.
Yeah. Oh wait, Sid Scala's on this. He was on the cancelled list, so covered him.
Oh, fucking! You know what? That's one bad apple. Fuck that battle royal. It's
Fuck.
ruined.
You know, I'm really not okay with people saying that this was a good battle royale. It just makes me deeply uncomfortable.
What is this?
So the anti-piracy message comes up, and then it's the dodgy eagle logo, which they've changed since. Now it's just text that says progress, I think.
Now it's just text, and you know, on the eagle logo is a strong style pro wrestling, which, you know, just like that. I think that was like the first bit of whiplash. Where it's like, it's been so long since I've seen that, and it's just like, oh dear, oh my lord.
Yeah, people were obsessed with like claiming to be strong style at this time.
Yeah.
It might date back a bit further, but it's more or less it seems to be dissipating now, which is good, because you don't need to do, you know, if you're any good, we'll be able to see that without you going like, it's strong style.
Yeah, I think like here and like in the time before, you know, when like fucking it'd be fine, but I feel like now you get like a fair amount of blowback, you know, and not just from like PWO users.
Yeah. So yeah, got the logo, and then it's the small man.
Yep. James
He's
Smallman.
like, he's got his hand over his mouth. He's like, "Oh bloody hell, mate! I'm at bloody Wembley, ah!"
He can hardly believe it.
And then what did you think when he says higher, and everyone's like, "Way!"
It's pretty epic, you know.
That might be one of the things that I dislike the most in Brit Rest, the overuse of way.
Yeah. Just
See,
like
I like going way, but it should be reserved for either when some cunt falls over, or when you're watching the footy and the opposition striker fucks up a shot. Not a guy saying hi. That's not way worthy.
there's a general overuse of like the oh hey rhythm from the crowd. Like fucking think about, like, there's multiple people who their entrance involves them getting to the ring and go like oh, and then what do? They just like go with their fists, and that's meant to be worthy of a wahey? I don't think so.
No. I mean, we do see one worthy way later, but I'll get to that.
Yeah, so Jim Smallman, he is, you know, he just goes, oh my fucking god, because he can't believe it. He's in Wembley Arena, you know, he says he's not an emotional man, but if he did not have a microphone, he'd be crying his fucking eyes out. And, you know, The crowd is giving him one of the biggest twisties up to this point in history. They are just like, cheering him so much and applauding him, and they're like thanking him directly, and he's going, no, oh no, we're a tiny cog,
Yeah, the fake humble shit was winding me up.
Yeah, because okay man, you don't want any praise, that's why you're out here doing your fucking tight 5 minutes to open the show, you fuck.
Yeah, you could take a note from Ian Rotten and just waddle out to do a respect promo after a good match.
Yeah.
But instead, well, he's like the world's coolest ring announcer, and also he's like a comedian who should be on Live at the Apollo. Why isn't this guy selling out arenas as a comedian? That's what I want to know.
It was so fucking weird watching that stand-up set you sent me.
Yeah.
I just realized
we looked up his actual stand-up. There was a 7-minute clip on a channel called Absolute Jokes. And it was really apparent to me that he actually really struggles with absolute jokes. Because it's like the most fucking long-winded routine. He takes forever to say that he was accused of being sexist on stage. But he wasn't talking about all women, just his ex who was a total slag.
Yeah.
It takes forever to get there, and that's not funny.
Oh, I was accused of being sexist. That was really stressful for me because 1, I'm in America and they're using big words, and 2, it's from the LA Times, and that can make or break your career in America, So blah, 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 blah. It's like I couldn't believe it. So yeah, respect.
And then there's a bit at the end where he gets interviewed, and he's like, "Oh, I've got this tattoo as well. I've got this tattoo. It's like I hit 5,000 followers, so I got 5 totally random followers tattooed on my arm." It's like, random. you ever seen that? You ever seen that Lemmy sketch? It's like random.
Yeah.
What if a squid was wearing a bow tie? That would be mad.
How insufferable. So Jim Smallman, he's cutting a damn respect promo to the fans, which respect has to be earned even in promo form. You have to have a good grappling match, a good foreigner beforehand, as Ian knows very damn well. And I have a particular clip here of one thing he says about how it feels to be in Wembley. He says,
it feels pretty fucking amazing, and I'm not gonna lie.
Nice, dude. Nice.
I had to include it there. Yeah, so small man, he he ends up kind of bragging because he's like, oh, you know what? Wembley came to us, not the other way round. So, good for you, man.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Nice. Happy for you, man.
And then he goes, now time for the normal questions. And all we know what's going to happen here.
Yes.
We know it.
This is the best bit. I love this bit so much. Every time I see it, I'm just like, yes! And then I turn the show off.
We are fucking faithful Proggly fans. We know what's coming. He says, give me a cheer if you've been to see Progress before. Yeah! Oh! And then, give me a cheer if it's your first time here.
Fucking cunts. You should have got used to, you know.
Yeah, no time for these Johnny come latelys here in Wembley Arena. And then, he starts giving it twisties left and right. He says, give it up for everybody who is in our pre-show battle royal. Give it up for the fucking band that played us in here. I can't remember their name.
I think he said it's called Wars.
Wars.
Which is a funny name for multiple wars.
Give it up for Wars. Am I right?
Oh yeah, fucking love all the big wars happening around the world right now. Imagine if you switched on the news and they were like, nothing's happened actually. Mate, we need wars. So big ups to them. Although neither will ever be seen again because they didn't include this in the video.
Oh yeah. So fuck them. Actually, Jim Smallman hates him. Who've just been polite, giving him a twisty like that. He's building up to the big fucking sing-along chant of "Don't be a dick," right? He precedes this by saying, "Shout what you want, drink what you want." I'm like, drink what you want. Why is that even a question?
Can I drink pee, please?
Are people bringing in like potions?
Drink what you want, smoke what you want, inject what you want, snort what you want,
huff what you want.
Just make sure to say please and thank you.
Yeah, and you know, it's sort of like what I was saying about where, like, you know, he encourages them, like, you are here to make as much noise as humanly possible for every single person who comes out there, and you know, it just feels like I feel like they should be doing stuff that makes us do that, as opposed to us being like, why? Everything. But that's just my opinion. The golden rule: don't be a dick. I mean,
that's a rule religiously adhered to by all involved with the company.
I'd say, yeah. Unfortunately, I think if Jim's...
Can you name one person who was a dick in this show? No!
Yeah, even the heels, they were doing it in all good fun and kayfabe, so actually they were fine, and I give them a round of applause.
It's like epic storytelling character work.
Yeah, and like, I'm booing because I'm playing along with the show. And,
you know, anyone who did anything outside of the ring, they were just keeping kayfabe, so...
Oh dear.
You can't hold it again. I don't really think that. I'm just having a laugh.
So, you know, I think if Jim Smallman were to listen to this podcast, he would say that we have broken the golden rule by being a dick to him. So, boo-hoo for Jim Smallman. I
had a Twitter interaction with him once.
Oh!
It was commenting on one of his tattoos. I was like, and I can't remember what the tattoo was, but it's like, that's stupid. And then he was like, yeah, I guess it is. Oh, that was me told.
Jeez Louise. Well, I'm glad that you made Jim Smallman feel so small and puny and insignificant on that day.
He didn't need me to make him feel small. He's the small man.
So at this point, the referee Chris Robbins comes out. People do not like Chris Robbins. I have no prior context of why.
It did bring memories back of him being booed, but I don't know if there was a reason why. It's either like one of those overbooked storytelling matches that they do, where he did something wrong, or it will be like the 1-4 thing and it's just like a meme to do it. I couldn't tell you which.
I reckon a synthesis of both is probably the right answer.
Yeah.
So he comes out. And
so, mate, when we all go to the Proggly show later, let's boo Chris Roberts. That'll be pretty funny.
Oh, that's fucking epic, mate. That's fucking. That's fucking class. That's fucking class, mate.
Yeah.
Fucking absolute ledge.
Oh.
So he comes out. I like him, like, coming out and like booing. You know what I thought at first? I thought like they sent a referee to be like, "No, Jim Smallman, you're being too epic. You must stop right now." And he was going to like give him a stunner or something. But no, he's just out there to do his job as a referee. Then we come on to just the show beginning. Jim Smallman says, "My friends, are you ready for the grappling?" And they're like, "Wahey." So, indeed, it's time to begin. Our first match is Matthew Riddle versus Mark Haskins. And already, this is like a trip to the past, I think.
Yes, it is. Just firing up the cancelled odometer here.
Just giving it a scan over with my cancelled odometer.
Mark Haskins seems to get a 0.3. He's still a progress guy, but I think he said some like anti-vax stuff, and he has less goodwill towards him now.
Wow.
And then Matt Riddle. Matt Riddle. Matt Riddle's got a 6.7. That's not good.
I'm just imagining, you run the cancel odometer over him, and it starts like vibrating in your hand like a fucking thing at Chernobyl or something.
It's like,
whoa, easy cancel odometer, easy.
Yeah, so you can't even. I mean, there's like one main thing that you can attribute the lack of goodwill for Matt Riddle, but there's also like these weird other sort of things lingering around. But he's also like, he's not completely cancelled. He's like in the MLW sphere, but also somehow New Japan, because Tanahashi's like, me no understand English.
Yeah. There is that brief time.
You fucking know, you just don't care.
I remember like Matt Riddle having like such a goodwill around this time,
it's crazy. His entrance here, he's everybody's mate.
He's
like, oh, you're right, mate. I know you from all the other shows I've done in this country.
Yeah,
he was huge in pro wrestling.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, he was very popular in the US Indies as well, but like particularly over here.
Yeah, totally. He like was one of the main examples of like someone who, he would like be like friendly to you at the merch table, and so everyone was like, "Oh, he's a really sound guy,"
and like you, on this one he comes out to some fucking generic shit, but on most indies he would come out to Warren G Regulate.
Oh yeah.
And like, I don't care if you're the devil himself. If that song comes on, I'm gonna be like, "Way!" I'll be like, "Way!"
Yeah, totally. Fucking. Yeah, like it's probably is like a mirror of like Progress and Matt Riddle, because like they're both going down the same sort of like slope of like, this is Matt Riddle's last ever indie date before he reports to Florida and NXT, and
over there he'll be there forever.
He'll be there forever, and then he'll get called up, and allegations will be thrown around, and then from there he will not do more stuff to endear himself to the general public, and he's gone back to MLW. So
in the years where in the last couple of years where I wasn't watching wrestling, I know he had a tag team with Randy Orton, which seemed semi-successful.
Yeah.
Seemed fairly removed from it.
Yeah, it was. I remember like one of the like things about him leaving was that like, it's like Orton came back from like a real like big back injury, right? He got injured after like the Usos beat RK Bro, which was their team name, for the tag titles, right? And Orton like leaves for a good while, and like Matt Riddle, his whole thing was like, it was like an odd couple tag team, Matt Riddle's all friendly and like stoner like, and Randy was like, "Oh brother, what's with this guy?" But then they become friends, like they just like the opposites attract, and it's a beautiful friendship or whatever. And so now Orton's gone, and I remember Matt Riddle has a serious promo where it's like, "Randy, I will wait for you. One day you will be back and we can do RK Bro again." And he's fucking like using the RKO in all his matches, right? It's now a move of his. And then he just fucking gets released, and no one comes back and is like, "Hey, just me. You know, it's crazy.
Yeah. It seemed like there was some things that was like a final straw with him.
I'd say so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
definitely.
I remember at the start of his WWE run, he was like, "Fuck Goldberg, bro." And there was that video. I don't know how set up it was, but it was them sort of like having this very awkward interaction, like Goldberg being all stoic and Riddle's like, "Yeah, bro, I'll see you in the ring anytime, bro." He would also call out like Lesnar on Twitter, and Lesnar was just like, "Oh, I want to categorically state now, I'll never work with this man."
Oh, God.
It's
Yeah.
like, I don't know what he was trying to do. I truly don't.
Yeah, I think he's a bit of an idiot.
I think so. I think it's safe to say. Let me just fire up the plonkerometer over here. Oh, it's a plonker. Full scale plonker. What plonker?
So, you know, for now, here in 2018, we have blissful ignorance of Matt Riddle's true nature as a plonker. He comes out and, you know, like, does a whole thing where, like, he's got the fucking Splux flags. The Splux flag, E. It's 2018. Splux is here. And all your favourite wrestlers are hawking it and, like, do they even sell shirts or whatever? I don't know, but they're wearing it. So
Yeah,
there you go.
It's like a fashion brand, I guess.
Fashion brands, yeah. And, like, literally I only ever saw it as, like, that thing that's on, like, some people's trunks is, you know? Like, I never saw, like, anyone wear a suplex shirt. But maybe they did!
Yeah.
I don't know! So yeah, him coming with that flag to unanimous acclaim, it's a true time capsule. And then, did you know that couples that slay together stay together?
Are you talking about the exposure of 6-second bitches? And his right fit bird, Vicky Haskins?
Oh, absolutely.
Nice.
Wow.
I kind of like Mark Haskins.
Yeah, I like him well enough. You know, it was nice to see him. So yeah, the fit bird, Vicky Haskins.
The right fit bird.
Right fit bird. She six Haskins on the world. You know, I was thinking, this is quite fateful, really, because you know we all know of Mark Haskins as the guy who hates that Trent Seven got beat in 6 seconds. We all know this, but who was it who beat Trent Seven in 6 seconds? Why it
Mark
was
Haskins.
No, it was the King of Raw, Matthew Riddle, who did
Was it?
Yes.
Oh.
Like this whole time, Mark Haskins was like talking shit about what someone else did to Trent Seven.
Oh. Damn. I thought it was Mark Haskins, and it's like, I fucked you up, bro.
No, someone else fucked you up, and I'm mad about it. Yeah, so Mark Haskins, he's out here. He's hailing from Malvern. You know, I feel like what you were saying about like, oh, WWE, except they're from Stoke-on-Trent. I kind of like it's not like the most overt thing, but I do feel like there is like quite a like, you know, they like consciously like put in like English towns, you know, like they really tie it to like the localities. I feel like. Have you ever been to Malvern?
No. Did they say whereabouts that is?
No.
Wow.
I think when I looked it up, I think it was like not a tourist town, but like something like that.
Is it MAL?
Malvern should be.
Great Malvern, town in England. In Worcestershire. No, never been. Don't know nothing about it.
I'll need to go there and be like, you know, Mark Haskins.
So at this point, commentary, the annoying guy, Glenn Joseph, he says, "This Haskins is a Twitter handle for a reason." Yes.
Yeah, I couldn't. I didn't like that. I didn't like that because, okay, sure. If
Well, I
you
mean,
could-
it's objectively true. It's like, this is Haskins. Yes, it is.
So, like, I think the thing you were trying to get at was like, oh, the progress Twitter handle is "this is progress." So by adopting a similar structure, Mark Haskins is symbolizing progress, and that's so true because Mark Haskins does symbolize progress. He's done so much in the promotion, but it's a stupid point to make. So yeah, he
I
does
thought
that.
they were just being objective, just like, this is Haskins. Yeah, and that his Twitter handle is "this is Haskins" because it is Haskins. If you go there, you will find Haskins.
Yeah. Like that's such a like a dipshit thing to just like vaguely be like, oh, it's that way for a reason. Yeah, what's the reason, you asshole? So yes, Glenn Joseph on quarantine. His first partner here is Dahlia Black. Oh brother, this lady sucks.
She has not got much to offer. I'm not sure what the point of rotating like the second commentator was,
Yeah.
because it's not like anybody has like a. I mean, I'm sure if anybody was trying to do a color commentator dynamic, it would probably be pretty bad in this place. But nobody's trying to do that. It's just like someone will say something and the other person will be like, "Yes, I agree." Great. We're all on the same page. It's fantastic.
At the very least, the rotation means that you don't have to listen to Dahlia Black, who I think is pretty bad, and I have like a couple clips in the next match of evidence of that. What do you think of Progress Wrestling being a wrestling promotion that does not have a ring bell, and instead they just play ringbell.mp3?
Do they?
I'm sure they do. I'm absolutely fucking sure they do. Because one, it's not a wrestling bell. It's like just like literally like if you like looked up boxing bell sound effect on YouTube and just played that over the loudspeaker.
Damn.
It never mirrors the
I've
acoustics
never
of the
noticed
building.
that.
And I've noticed that every single Progress match I've ever watched, and it pisses me off every single time. So yeah, fuck you, Jim Smallman. Buy a bell, bitch. And you know the crowd, they're already at it. They're already having the time of their lives. You know, it really is bizarre land here, Maggle, because they are singing. Wow, do you remember the hit song "Gold" by Spandau Ballet? What if we replaced "Gold" with "Bro" and we sung it?
Hell yeah, makes perfect sense.
That's right. That's right.
Because when I think of words that rhyme with gold, my first thought is the word bro.
Yeah. So we get started here. There is a code of honor here between Mark Haskins and Matt
Yes.
Riddle, because they explain how this is a match born out of respect, you know, between these two warriors. It is said that Mark Haskins, he felt neglected by Progress management, but now he, quote, faces the new boy in NXT, unquote.
Nice.
So this match here, I think it's pretty good. I liked the grappling they were doing, you know, like, it's just like, how do you rate, like, Matt Riddle as, like, because like obviously he's one of those guys where he has the background where you like go in with these expectations and this aura. So like, what do you think of him as like a grappler type? Do you think do you think he is a real grappler? Or is he more like a Kurt Angle type to you?
I think this is one of the ways in which being a right plonker can actually be, you know, wrestling might be the place for you, because if you're a right plonker, you can just you know, you can make bad decisions for your life that end up being pretty decent in the ring. But yeah, I mean, It's been a long time since I watched Riddle. I felt this was okay. There was like a kick exchange bit that they seemed to get a bit lost in, which didn't look great. Do you remember that bit?
I see. I actually like that kick exchange. And I'll tell you why. It's because, like, one, it reminds me of like a karate tournament, and second, the bit you're talking about where they get a bit lost in it. I feel like that's something that like ought to happen more. Where like you're like just like kicking each other's like calves and thighs, and eventually like the timing gets like fucked up by both of them. Where it's like they like like they like hesitate and shit. Like I liked it. It felt like thrilling.
Yeah, I could see that point of view. I just saw it as like they're pulling out because they've just messed it up.
Sure. Yeah.
Like it definitely wasn't supposed to look like that. That wasn't an artistic decision.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Port star deducted for botching.
So yeah, like there is that kick exchange, and there is also like that other kick bit where like they catch each other's legs and they like look all closely into each other's eyes, and it's like, oh, Riddle, he does like a big fancy crane pose or whatever, and then Haskins, he also does a stance, but it's to flip him off, and Riddle's like, come on man, why you do that? So pretty sad. They go back and forth to Haskins and Riddle. Haskins will like, he'll get like the advantage with like like a dragon screw on the apron, and then Riddle might come back, but he does like a stompy on the arm and stuff. I found it interesting, like the gridded octopus that Mark Haskins does here, because it's like he like hooks it in, and like Riddle is like struggling in it, and like he tries bridging out, and then it feels like that just makes it like a whole lot worse for him, like a quicksand type thing, which I quite liked. And then he gets the rope, and what is it the crowd says when he gets the rope? They go, wahey.
Again, that is not a wahey worthy situation.
Absolutely not. Riddle's coming back with like a bunch of sentons and Germans, forearms, exploders. It's said that he had a very good debut on NXT against Fabian Eichner. Glenn Joseph forgets his name, I think. And did you know the shorts he wore in NXT were his wife's? Oh, isn't that sweet? What a good couple.
Aww. Couple goals.
Matt Riddle and his wife are definitely couple goals. So then it gets to the point where Haskins, he's getting kicked, and he's like, come on now, kick me more please. I am giving my body up to you because I am full of spirit. It is fighting. So he's getting kicked and stuff, but then he counters into the sharpshooter, which they breathlessly go like, that's the same move which one of the Turtle and Brixton.
Go back to chapter 26.
And Matt Riddle gets out of it. He like does this like fisherman suplex, and then he rolls that into like a tombstone position, right? And I'm like, oh brother, here we go again, Matt Riddle tombstone. Like I think like he might have some of the worst tombstones I've ever fucking seen. It's that type of shit where like it's like 75% horizontal before he hits the mat. You know what I mean? It's basically a like reverse neutralizer. But
it's the only power driver which you bump on your tailbone.
Yeah. But thankfully, this time he does like a weird fucking like grip. They call it a got style tombstone. I don't know if it is, but like he at the very least seems to like, it looks all right. It looks nice. So I was happy for that. I was happy that like Mark Haskins could carry him to a good tombstone. So like Matt Riddle's cap is on the post this whole time, and then they go up on the corner to fight, and then Glenn Joseph sees it fall off, And he's like, what fell off there? And Dahlia Black is like, I think that was his hat. And Glenn Joseph, because he's a fucking idiot, was like, he was wearing a hat this whole time. No! Asshole, he took it off and it was on the post, you fucking dumbass. You bam.
So, have you been watching Glenn Joseph?
I don't think so. And, you know, they're fighting on there. Mark Haskins, he does a superplex. And, you know, at this point, they're really hammering home, he used to be known as a shooting star. He's no longer a shooting star now, but he used to be. After that, Riddle starts peppering him with strikes and stuff. But Haskins, he does him with that fist. And then there's a power bomb into a knee from Riddle. He goes for the bro to sleep. But Haskins, he hits the Malvern Destroyer. I hate the Malvern Destroyer. Hate. So then Mark Haskins, he follows up with a double stomp, which gets two. But then Haskins gets an armbar on. Armbar with a very countable grip where you can just get up and get out of it. He goes in, Riddle does the ripcord knee. He's got the wrist control and he knees him again. And then he's about to win, Matt Riddle. But then Haskins counters and it's made in Japan. Oh my god.
What's the what?
The made in Japan.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is that the move given to him by Shingo?
Yeah. Like, I don't think it's made in England, he calls it. It's made in, like, not Japan. But it's like, oh, Shingo gave him that back in the day. And yeah, he pins Matt Riddle with that, sends him out the territory on his back. Progress defeats NXT. Fuck you, Triple H.
Yeah. The match was alright. It was kind of like it's almost a throwback to the sort of standard work rate opener of the time, but pretty inoffensive version of it. Both were pretty watchable at this point, generally speaking. It was alright.
Yeah. Like, you know what?
I'll give you a little twisty.
Just a little one. Just a little one. You might have to finish off yourself, but I'll get you started.
Oh my god.
So Haskins, so he got the move from Shingo. Did he have like Japan experience? Did he do Dragon Gate? Is it?
I remember looking this up immediately after the match, and I don't have it committed to memory, but like there is at the very least like the UK Dragon Gate shows, and this is like 2011, like so, you know, he would have wrestled beside or against Shingo Takagi at some point, and I guess it would have happened. So there, that's the lore.
He impressed him enough that he was like, "Have my move, have it."
So, you know, Jim Smallman comes back out.
I forgot. Like, I thought he just did like, because he was like a part-time comedian as well. I thought he just does the opening bit, but no, he's the actual ring announcer.
Oh yeah, he's the MC.
He's gonna come back for every match. Imagine if like Howard Finkel was like, "Hey folks, what a fucking match that was, then. That were well good." It's crazy, man. The things that Progress does to set themselves apart from the rest of the bunch.
A preceding contest was a foreigner.
It's crazy.
So yeah, he gives Bro a twisty because yes, that was his last independent booking. Clap, clap, clap for Bro. He's going off to NXT.
I will give you a little twisty.
It is now time for the Lil Twisty. So yeah, big ups to Matt Riddle. He's making it in the WWE. That's what we all want to do. We love WWE. We love it.
I love it. It's the best. WWE is the only place where you can get chills and aura.
WWE is the only place where you can get so yeah. It's just me, notice. It's all on me, us. So it's just me, us. Damn, it's just me, us.
Damn, just you singing that, just the chills. I'm chilled out, man.
Like, look, I know he's not going to be a Ric Flair type, but he's better than Bryan Danielson, absolutely.
Yeah, of course. I agree.
I was thinking there. I talked to my Fedhead coworker today, and she was like, "Did you watch SmackDown?" And this time I could be like, "Yeah," because I watched the Bloodline murder Paul Heyman, and she was like, "Oh." I think she didn't think Roman's going to come back. She thinks Brock Lesnar's going to come back. because Paul Heyman, he was the advocate, don't you know?
That's an interesting theory. I think Heidenreich's going to come back.
Just run some cuckolders over Brock for a second, please, if you could. Dear me. Okay. Goodbye, Matt Riddle. Goodbye. You're gone now. You're in Florida.
Bye, bro.
Now it's time for the one women's match on the show.
Yes.
Pew, pew, pew.
You know what they say about women. Women be shopping. Women be taking ages to get ready, and women be having a 7-minute triple threat in the second match on the show.
Damn straight.
It's Jinny, the defending women's title holder, against Toni Storm and Millie McKenzie. And Jinny has got her mates with her, and that's nice.
The House of Couture.
The House of Couture, they're called Shakara, Charlie Morgan, and Nina Samuels.
Yes, indeed. How much experience do you have with all three of these women's wrestlers? How much have you watched them before?
Well, I used to be an Eve attendee.
That's right.
A fair amount. They would all be regulars, including the people that didn't actually wrestle. I would say that Jinny is pretty good. Millie McKenzie, also, she was very young when I saw her, but she was also pretty good. Not people I've revisited in the last couple of years, but it is what it is. But I would like to now, because Jinny's in this match, I would like to read out some Deuce tweets in which he expresses positive feelings towards her relationship with the artist formerly known as the Fat Cunt. Now the Slim Gun, of course.
Our friend Deuce. Bad news.
Okay, so Walter got 99 problems, but getting Jinny ain't one. That's a Jay-Z reference, I believe. Jinny got my man's Gunter, getting tight both physically and fashionably. She gotta have that good. And I don't know what that means because I live in Ipswich. Nobody in Ipswich says that good. So I don't know what he could possibly be talking about. Although the next tweet seems to hint at what he might mean. Thank you, Jinny, for your cervix.
Oh dear.
Gunter busy getting busy with Jinny. Gunter smoking Cubans, riding in a boat with his bae Jinny in Italy, living the life. Gunter is busy shopping in Milan with Jinny. Jinny entered Gunter's life and completely changed. Lost over 80 pounds, wearing suits from Milan.
Wow. Wow.
Jinny got Gunter dressing like it's Fashion Week in Milan. And then we got Jinny got Gunter dressing. Bit redundant, that one. You already... it's just like the previous one, but with less info.
Yeah.
And then finally, we've got wonder if he slaps Jinny on her ass. Probably does.
Whoa. Hey now. That's
Deuce,
over the line. Deuce. Wow.
So yeah, Jinny, I think she plays her role pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually quite like her fucking strikes. Seems to just go for it.
They look good, and yeah, like obviously, this match feels this is sort of like when you've previously discussed like women's matches, like it's a bit short to like properly show off a whole lot. But you know, like just like with that, there is the you know, like you can see what the thing is there. What about Toni Storm though? What do you think of Toni Storm in this period where she's wearing the Mariah May costume?
Yeah, I was never that crazy about her. I don't know. She leans into the gimmick now, and sometimes I'm on board with it, and sometimes I'm just like, oh, what the fuck. It's a good one of those short-term Tony things. That's like a great meme for a month. With her rock chick aesthetic, I was never particularly fussed one way or the other. She was always lauded as like the best in the scene, and yeah. I definitely had people that I preferred, like Kaylee Ray. What's Kaylee Ray's WWE name now?
Fuck, is it like Alba Fire?
I reckon that's the one. Yeah. Yeah, I thought she was superior personally, but it's just my opinion, mate. But yeah. we discussed obviously the last show that we did on the UAMs had one women's match, I believe, also in the second slot on the card.
That's right.
Yeah, and that one felt like I could have seen more of this. I could have watched more of this happily. Whereas this one just felt straight up rushed. Like the interference from the House of Couture feels very sudden and very soon. And then these baby faces come out. Who was it? Candy Floss and Laura Di Matteo.
Yes.
Yeah, they come out. They also come out pretty quickly. It's like the sort of thing that could work more if you let the match breathe and got people invested more. But it's clear that they're just like, no, just get everyone out there really quick and just get out of the way.
Like, it's weird how, like, you know, everyone is seemingly a character you're supposed to, like, have, like, some investment in, right? Everyone is, like, getting, like, the big monster pops or whatever, but, like, they really don't let any of the things actually breathe. Like, how you, like, why should I care if, like, this heel turn happens as it does later on, if like, you know, like, in, like, 10 seconds, you know? It's crazy.
It also feels like, the match seemed to be, like, the logical match seemed to be just Jinny versus Toni. And Millie is sort of there as, like, a spare part. It definitely seems like their logic is, like, a second women's match would just simply be untenable. Don't be crazy. A second women's match? Are you mad? So instead, we'll just, like, throw 3 out there instead of 2, and then throw a bunch of extra bodies out there so that they can say that they performed at Wembley.
Yeah.
And that'll make it okay. It's not okay though, Proggly, is it? This show is 4 hours and 27 minutes long. I think there's one match in particular. I think we could have probably fucking trimmed some time off for more women if you were.
There is like
wanted to.
10 video packages you could have trimmed for more women. But yeah, so Jim Smallman, I'm going to say it. I think you're sexist. What do you think of that?
Oh mate, I'm not sexist against all women, just my ex who's a right slag.
Well, okay then, I rescind my accusation.
Right, glad we got that cleared up. So, you do that, mate, folks! Wahey!
Wahey! So, what do you think of the Tron videos in progress?
I mean, there's a use for it, and then there's taking the piss, I feel. Especially with like an indie promotion.
Yeah.
I mean, even with the fucking thread nowadays, like I watched, a couple of their pay-per-views this year, and it's like these last forever, and then they got obviously the entrances last forever. It's like, where are we going to get to fucking Grapply?
I'm very sensitive to Titantrons. If I don't think they're good, then I think it's like a very excruciating feeling is in my belly, and I felt that so much where it's like, like fucking like Jinny's video, for example, like it feels like something that you could just like whip up in Canva, just like here's the word.
Oh,
Jinny.
do you mean like you mean like during the entrances
Yeah.
All right, yeah. I thought you meant like video packages.
Oh no.
The women ain't getting a video package for their view. What are you kidding me?
Absolutely not. Like,
but yeah, they were pretty basic, weren't they? The actual entrance trons.
Yeah, incredibly basic, and like maybe sometimes just like a wee like Toni Storm is black and red, so her video tron is black and red, but it's still just her fucking name, and like it fucking loops too. Like it's one thing if you have like a static picture of like a graphic, right? But the idea of like Toni Storm like comes in to the shot and then it loops around and it comes back in again. Like why bro?
It like doesn't add anything. I
No.
think they had like a projector screen at the Electric Ballroom, like their main home as well. So like surely there would be the incentive to whip up some fucking MVs and shit.
Yeah. They fucking do so many video packages that they can't even do a fucking custom Titantron for any of their guys.
I know. It's crazy.
It's terrible. It really gets on my nerves. Especially in conjunction with like... So like by this point, Progress doesn't use like licensed music at all. It's just like original music. And... every fucking theme on this sounds like shit.
Yeah.
Like, just like absolutely like not memorable. Like, it really is that sort of like ECW feeling where like, they use licensed music for a reason. Because it's cool to have songs that and are good outside of the context of wrestling music. And now, we're in WWE now or whatever, so can't have that. Let's just have fucking, like, basically, like, musical white noise. And that along with, like, here's the champion's Titantron, it's her name, where, like, the letters spin round. Ooh.
It reminds me of ECW One Night Stands as a show that I've watched quite a lot. But I always have to go to, like, a random Daily Motion to watch the Sandman's entrance.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, totally.
Because they just got that sort of generic riff.
Oh, did they do its fucking WWE theme? Jesus. That's rough.
Oh, yeah. There must be a WWE theme.
Yeah. I know like for like hardcore TV they have like a dub theme which actually tries to resemble Enter Sandman. But that's so funny, it just like took a
Oh, and fucking New Jack matches as well.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
It's like they attempted to kind of make some custom-made G-Funk, but they didn't pull it off well.
Yeah.
And obviously that goes for like the whole match. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. The only New Jack theme aside from Natural Born Killers that I'll accept is you ever played the ECW games on the PS1?
I don't. No.
His theme on there is like and then New Jack goes, "I'm the original gangster." I think it's pretty cool. So yeah, back to Progress Women's Division. Here we are in this match where, like, you were saying about the freeway feeling superfluous, and I think it's helped along by like the commentary sort of bringing it up, where like they're sort of talking about how like the natural progression is like Jinny and Toni Storm. That's the rivalry. Oh, but here's Millie McKenzie too. Oh my god, it doesn't help like that feeling. So Jinny is very hated here. Everyone boos her, and she gets booted and like gets like grappling done on her. This is the point where like it's not just Jim Smallman. Everyone in Progress is so long-winded, and at times commentary can it feels like they're grasping to finish any thought, and it really irritates me. And then the House of Couture, literally, they just I guess this is why it's a triple threat, because they just get in the ring, and they're like, uh-oh, triple threat rules. So, they could just they get Millie McKenzie on the outside, and with that pack of wolves mentality, they stomp her out. And it's at this point where Dahlia Black, this is the first clip I have of her, this is her reaction to seeing this injustice. She says,
"This isn't fair at all. Millie's chance is completely squandered by having these three vicious women."
You might think I was cutting her off there. I did not. She just kind of lets that thought wander away.
It's there's no point in it. You can finish the sentence for me. You know the direction I was going.
Yep. This isn't. Yeah. So, Millie's getting beaten down by that, but she gets back into the match. Toni does a stink face / hip attack in the corner, and then immediately runs into a spear by Millie McKenzie. And then Millie does it's like Jinny has been stink faced in the corner, and she gets up to receive Millie, and it's this weird so Millie jumps at her, and the closest approximation to it is a weird Japanese arm drag type bump that they do. It is strange. It's at this point where the cavalry comes here. It's Candy Floss and Laura Di Matteo who are in to neutralize the interference by the House of Couture. Here in this match, they're fucking sucking off Polovic some more. They're like, "Oh, remember how the Mae Young Classic went?" Great.
I don't actually. What part of the Mae Young Classic were they referring to?
All three of them were in the Classic, weren't they? Jinny was in it as well, right?
I don't think Millie was in. I think
right.
Jinny would have been. Toni definitely was.
Some combination of these women faced off in the WWE, and the match concluded in some fashion. I have to assume, and they're considering it. The history between these women. Jinny is bumping for everything. She's bumping for suplexes, and then she gets suplexed again, and then she's like, "Oh, let me hold on to Toni Storm now." And Millie's like, "Aha, I will suplex you both." Oh, and then her comeback for Jinny is two complete shots into the turnbuckle. So pretty cool. She's Toni Storm is still doing so many hip attacks, and then she does a strong zero power driver onto the apron, and the commentary reaction is to be heard to be believed.
Oh my God! Jesus Christ!
Oh my God!
So then Jinny, she puts Yeah, it should be Toni between her legs, and then she like throws her arms out. I'm like, Styles Clash, and then it gets countered, and they're like, "Oh, go for the Styles Clash." I was like, "Jeez, all right."
I think she actually did do that move.
Yeah,
that's
cool.
Fashion style.
Aha, couture.
Mm.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, bringing back memories now. I don't have many memories, but that's one back.
So Toni Storm, she gets the advantage. She does a headbutt into the strong zero driver. The House of Couture come in, and then Candy Floss and Laura Di Matteo are there. But then Laura Di Matteo, she murks Candy Floss and fucking
what?
and then hits the acid rainmaker on Toni Storm. And
we've gotten to know their characters so well. This is so crazy that Laura Di Matteo would do this.
Yes, and Dahlia Black does nothing but echo my sentiments with this one.
What? Di Matteo just hit Candy Floss. Surely not. Acid rainmaker by Di Matteo.
Oh my god! What a throwback!
Throwback to chapter 63.
You say, back before the House of Couture was a thing, Di Matteo was Jenny's right-hand girl, you see? So, it's quite a throwback to back in, I think.
Agreed.
And so, Jinny gets dragged on top of Toni Storm for a cheap victory. I really get hit with how, like, this really does feel like people in their backyards doing WWE, and it, like, really doesn't have the charm that you think that might entail. Like, let's play in the backyard, but instead of doing like 450s off the roof, instead we're gonna recreate Shane McMahon storylines. There's that. Jinny wins. The House of Couture reigns supreme. And then, oh my god, what's that music? I recognise that.
What? That is some recognisable music for sure.
It's Jordan Grace.
Yeah. She makes her presence known, which is how Glenn Jacobs describes her beating up the heels.
Glenn Jacobs?
Oh shit! Glenn. It's Kane! Glenn Jacobs.
Oh my bloody god, mate.
Is that a voice box?
Yeah. So, when you're talking about, let's have all the other women out there so they can say they worked Wembley, I immediately thought of Jordan Grace's role in this.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, she couldn't have beaten Chikara in a match on Wembley. Nah, she has to do a run in her gear. So, yeah, she's here. Dahlia calls her sick mama pump.
Sick?
Sick mama pump.
Like sick Nick Mondo?
I guess so? I could barely understand what she was saying. So, Jinny and Di Matteo, they hit the bricks, and it's a whole thing of like, oh, what? They left the other members of the stable to the dogs. Whoa! Could there be dissension in these ranks? So, maybe that's the case. Some, like, terrible, like, card structure here, because literally, the opener ends with a Made in Japan, and here comes Jordan Grace now, I'm gonna hit the Made in Japan. Like, what? Come on, bro. Pop diluted. So, yeah, she makes her presence felt. They do a TV angle for, like, their biggest show ever. You gotta love it.
Yeah.
And that's the women's.
Yeah, this is... I think, all three of these could probably do something pretty decent, but this is one of those sort of shrug eliciting matches. just because of how much it stinks of being the last priority of the show.
Yeah.
And that just seems to really undermine everything that you see. And also, now that the women's match is over with, the female commentator, you can take a hike as well.
That's right. Dahlia's
like, well,
off
that's
comms.
your role, Dunne. Goodbye.
Yeah, it's quite something like to hear him go, well, thank you, Dahlia. Thank you, Dahlia.
Thank you, Dahlia. You'll be off now, won't you?
Yeah. I won't keep you any longer. And so Jim Smallman is back in the ring. And he says hello to referee Joel. And that's all the notes I had for
is
this
that the cancel guy? Let me just check my cancel list.
Yep.
Joel Allen. Yeah, there we go. Cancel guy. So,
And
some of those guys on the cancelled list did work the show, but
he's the babyface referee. It's like there's Chris in the ring, and there's Joel, and Jim does a whole fucking thing. He's like, hello, Joel, and they go, wahey, and they go, hello, Chris, boo. So it's all in good fun, It's all in good fun.
In my opinion, they're both as bad as each other.
Yeah. History did not vindicate this crowd. So next up is Jim Smallman describes this as it's for the Progress Atlas Division Championship and something much more. And it takes him until after the entrances to say what that is. So it's the defending Atlas Division champion Doug Williams, over 205 pounds, versus the 6-second bitch TNA superstar Trent Seven, who is also over 205 pounds.
Yeah, just running my cancelometer over this match. Trent Seven, some slight readings at 0.01. Remember when he put that? Remember when he put that T-shirt out that said SS?
Oh.
And it looked just like the shoot stuff. Look.
Yeah. I do. Oh
Yeah.
dear.
So he had himself a rough couple of days on social media.
Yeah. And
obviously not a big reading on the cancelometer, but the cancelometer, it registers it nonetheless. It never forgets.
And I'm running the cancelometer over Doug Williams, and I'm giving him a 10 for liking the single camera approach of WWE.
Yeah, come on, man.
So
you should just be like, that was a good single leg crab. But yeah, the Atlas title, that's another one of the things that Progress has, put out there to make itself stand out from the pack. Oh, you're used to cruiserweight titles and stuff like that, aren't you? Well, we got the big blokes title.
Whoa.
Because a lot of our main eventers are 5'1".
Yeah, it's interesting to have weight divisions at all in a promotion like this. Honestly.
Yeah, I think they were there was a point after the Cruiserweight Classic and 205 Live comes out where they were like, this is 305 Live. But I doubt everyone reached that fucking weight target.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think I'd say they probably pretty quickly just were like, above 205.
Yeah.
So Trent Seven,
The 6 second bitch.
he looks so stupid. he comes out here with he's wearing this coat that it looks like an average sort of coat that you'd wear that goes down to your legs, and so it doesn't work as a ring jacket because it makes him look so naked. He's not even wearing any knee pads. His legs look naked. It looks obscene. And then you take into account the taunt. You think about he does this big hype up, like the whoa for it, and it's literally just him like pinching his mustache. He looks like a fool. And his theme too. It's fucking going like burp 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 burp. I hated it. I hate his fucking shitty theme. I hate all the themes on this show. Fuck Progress.
So Trent Seven, did you like? Is your experience similar to me, where you read his name a bunch before you watched his match for the first time?
Yeah, I guess I'd say so. Yeah, it was like obviously, you know, I would have became aware of him, with like, you know, I would have been aware of like Brit Rest, but not really for specific characters. So WWE UK was like when I became aware of it, aware of him, and you know, I was just being like, oh, you know, like Pete Dunne and Tyler Bate, they're the ones getting the big NXT takeover matches, but hey, Trent Seven's cool too, I guess.
Yeah, I would have read his name a bunch. He would have been like presented as, you know, talked about as one of the most important names in the scene, and I just, I guess I pictured someone totally different. maybe I pictured like, just because he's called Trent, maybe I pictured like a Trent Acid type from 2002 or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, this guy's 40 and he's got like, he's got like a chap hop mustache. Trent Seven, the gentleman rhymer.
Oh yeah, he is like, he just looks terrible. His hair looks terrible. His facial hair looks terrible. The way he pouts his lips to emphasize it. I hate this guy.
It also really pisses me off that like he still gets booked in America. Like I have no fucking skin in the game, but how does he still get booked in America?
Yeah.
He's like the same age as Jodie Fleisch, who rules, and he got none. Jodie Fleisch got none of these fucking glamour bookings.
Why did TNA think like, oh shit, Trent Seven?
Yeah, I don't know. He doesn't even have his friends.
No, man, no.
He needs his friends.
They were seemingly quite happy to just go on being British strong style without him. It's quite something.
Oh man, I'm going to look up some of them. Because Trent Seven, he either had a match on a recent TNA pay-per-view that looked terrible on paper, or it might have also been, yeah, I think it was one of those big Rev Pro shows. He faced Shingo for some reason, and everyone's just like, I don't know, mate.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, it's this one, Ospreay versus Oku from February.
God,
like,
yeah.
Where's Trent Seven here?
Yeah, you got the fucking New Japan booking and everyone was very confused.
Oh yeah, El Desperado. I'm looking at his trigger guide now.
Yeah, what rating did that get? 5.50. And a tuna from Melty?
Tuna Melty.
Wow.
Well, there you go.
So Trent Seven, quite a fall from grace for him, but the grace also sucked, as we'll see here. The champion Doug Williams comes out. You know, there was a bit of a pause before his theme kicks in, and you know what I was hoping so much. I was hoping, fuck it, let's play the British Invasion theme from TNA. That would have gotten a nostalgia pop from me, but no, instead it's just some fucking shit. It's just some fucking shit.
You should come out to the Sex Pistols.
Yeah, that too. Or
it's also funny that like he's got like the Union Jack on his trunk and on his trunks, I think maybe.
Yes. Because
like I guess that made sense like in ROH or TNA where like being English would be a novelty. but this is a show in England. You don't need to remind people that you are English.
I never really thought about that.
I don't know, maybe he's a Maybe he's a big old reactionary guy. I don't know.
Uh-oh, cancelled order, fire it up!
Oh, beep, 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 beep.
You know, I do gotta give it up for, like, you know, how much Doug Williams makes a show out of, like, the technical wrestler wrist grab.
Yeah.
Really emphasizes that shit. I sense something from, like, the crowd and from Jim Smallman, because, you know, they don't just go like, so like this match, it's for the title, but if Doug Williams loses, he retires from the grappling. And so Jim Smallman in his introduction is not just like, oh, he is the Progress Atlas Division champion. He's also like, and a living legend in British wrestling. And then, you know, the crowd are standing up. We're throwing streamers already. I think they think he's gonna lose. I think they don't have confidence in Doug Williams to win this retirement match. Well, it's just fucked up to me.
Yeah. So Doug, I'm a fan of Doug. I pretty much always liked his stuff, at least a little bit. When I've seen it, mostly in the 2000s. But there's also the first wrestling show I ever attended live, and it opened with Doug versus Jody, and it was pretty great. Specifically because Jody looked like he you know, like he always did, whereas Doug could still do some good shit, but he sort of packed on some pounds, some non-performance related pounds.
Yeah.
I imagine he's having a full English every morning. This bloke.
Oh dear, oh dear.
It's right. Put the sausages in the in the shape of Union Jack, please, mate.
Doug, please, you can't maintain optimal weight this way. Oh, mate, I'm the fucking full English, so fuck you. Oh man, all that time in TNA where he's all like shredding and stuff, he was just like denied English breakfast the minute he returns home. Fuck, it's over. It's over. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, I really like Doug Williams too. I remember like even just like the time I saw him live, you know, it's like there's Doug Williams. I remember him and he's still pretty good.
Was that the show that we were both at?
Yes, it was like.
Who did you wrestle again?
He wrestled El Fantasmo and someone else.
Oh, was that the Lion Kid?
No, the Lion Kid was in the Cara Noir tag.
You can tell this is a really good show. Yeah, Lion Kid was in the Cara Noir tag.
Let's see. Doug
it
Williams
was 2 matches before the Jimmy Havoc and Martina match.
Yes. Oh, third person was Kip Sabian.
Kip Sabian. He has done well for himself.
Yeah, he wore the bag. So yeah, Doug Williams is here, and he's gonna retire. So now here's Matthew Richards on color commentary, and he's here to put forth the story of this match. You see, Doug Williams is a traditionalist. He is a shooter. Meanwhile, Trent Seven, he's a hybrid wrestler, and they're fighting.
Yeah, you know, British Strong Style. They all share the same philosophy on wrestling, which is their philosophy is very much the stuff.
Yeah, usually the shooters they like they do like strikes and submissions and British style.
It's like a hybrid of, you know, for the.
You see, they're fake wrestlers. That's always the fucking logical conclusion. Whenever there's like, because like I see this story sometimes be told in wrestling where it's like, oh, you and I, we have different approaches to this, and it's like, oh, right, because it's fake, right, and you do matches differently because it's fake, and it's performance.
Interesting.
So they kind of tell a story here where, you know, Trent could have been a pure shooter, but it's just because he didn't go down to the South Coast. Because he didn't go down there.
Instead, he got trained at the school of. I don't know.
He got trained by hybrid. They're trying to put a lot of like. This is not just like two people. This is like, you know, a lot more. This is like telling a story of British wrestling. You know, they say about Doug Williams about how he was always there. You know, he was always there on those shows, always, you know, like up hoisting up the banner of British wrestling. And they say how, you know, there'll be shows of like 30 people, and we can be honest about it now, a lot of wrestlers would be lucky to get paid.
At first I thought they meant because they were shit. Yeah, if you get paid, then good on you, I guess. But
we were terrible carny promoters.
The promoters were just the terrible promoters, and then Progress came along and fixed it all, and it was all brilliant. Even though, like, during this period and afterwards, still many more carnies doing crazy shit. Do you remember that one where they booked a bunch of? Did they book like fucking Rey Mysterio or some shit? And they got this arena, but there was only like a few hundred in.
Yeah. Like the fucking UK bookings that Rob Van Dam gets. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure I can find
5-star wrestling.
5-star
that
wrestling.
Might be it.
Let's see.
That might be it. And then there was also, I think, IPW UK rebooted.
Oh,
and
yeah.
IPW UK in the 2000s was like stained with the reputation of not paying their guys, not fulfilling bookings and stuff. Yeah. And then they came back and just did the exact same thing.
Yep.
It was pretty funny.
Okay, I'm on 5-star wrestling right now. On Cage Match. It has an average current total rating of 0.76.
That's got to be it then.
User Benny Five Bellies wrote on 03/01/2022 0.0. Has there ever been more of a disaster of a British promotion? I am not a fan of the term money mark, but this is a literal definition of a money mark promotion. Jeez Louise. You telling me that a promotion that ran an 8-man tag of Grado, Moose, Rey Mysterio and Rob Van Dam versus Adam Maxted, Charlie Sterling, Rampage Brown and Zach Gibson could not succeed? What?
Mate, that sounds like a fauna. Fuck you guys.
5-star title match, the defending champion Jake Hager versus Eddie Ryan?
The defending champion Jake Hager.
Oh.
There's a show in Dundee where they reran Drew Galloway versus Chris Masters in a 6-minute match. These guys are fucking superstars, watchers.
Oh,
Come
fuck.
on.
Okay.
We need to reevaluate this shit.
Yeah, I respect 5-star wrestling now. 5-star wrestling, why did you go at this? John Morrison versus Rey Mysterio. Wow.
Everyone on this card worked in the WWE in 2010, pretty much.
Yeah.
Like really, apart from Nick Aldis and Moose.
Why did they have like fucking 3 dark matches?
You could say.
PG Black too? Wow. Yeah. They were cooking here. There's all that. The carnies of BritRes brought to mind here.
They will never be contained.
Absolutely not. they get to continue wrestling. They're doing like exchanges of the straitjacket and just like this basic fundamental technical grappling. It's during all this that they mention how, you know, all three members of British Strong Style, they're in prominent singles matches tonight, and oh my days, you do not want to be the one member of British Strong Style where you get to the back and you say, "Oh, let the slide down." So Trent Seven does not want to lose this match. He like managed to hit like the worst version of the Arn Anderson fake out DDT, I think.
Yeah, they look great.
No. I thought it'd be impossible.
To be fair, I think Doug ducked really early on it.
I choose not to qualify this. I think it's all Trent Seven's fault.
Yeah, it was him and his shitty little mustache, right?
Yeah. And like they keep yapping on commentary about like fucking hierarchy of British Strong Style, like, oh, you know, Trent Seven, he was always the other guy, and Pete Dunne and Tyler Bate, they're so upper, so maybe he's like, oh, I need to make sure I stand out and stuff. Like, is it not enough to be the Progress Atlas Division champion? Is that not a feat where like, oh, he's doing good, you know? I don't know. It's not worth all the breath they spend on it. Yeah, they continue on. Are you liking this match thus far?
I didn't hate it. It was easy enough to follow, and the sort of the stipulation behind it of Doug's retirement made it feel like people were getting more invested in it because of that. And like Doug playing his mat work hits is always pretty nice. I guess the story that they tell is that Trent struggles to keep up with the shooter stuff because he didn't train at that school. But eventually he has the superior stamina because he's not as much of a fiend for full English breakfasts. And he opts for more strikes and impact moves as the match goes on. And he eventually wins.
Yeah.
It was okay.
Yeah, I found it very unsatisfying. Trent Seven a very unsatisfying wrestler. Doug like provides the entertainment, not just with like his mat work, but you know, when it comes time for like, you know, oh, it's time for a Snapdragon suplex, Doug Williams butts for it like he's a door. And you know, then they're just like you know, they go back and forth right now, and it's like, yeah, eventually Trent just wins for crossbody, which I feel like, you know...
Yeah, weird move to win with, I thought.
Yeah,
he did tease it before and miss.
Yeah.
And he did like a big flop and just stayed on the ground for it, and I was like, okay.
Yeah.
But I didn't realise that was leading to like, oh, this is his finisher. Nobody could kick out of.
Yeah, I mean, like, when I saw it, like, my instincts kind of wanted to tell me, like, hey, wait, maybe that's good that it didn't do some, like, big fucking drawn-out thing for it. But then also,
I thought it was just a comedy spot.
I know, yeah.
It's like, oh, he's trying a crossbody, you daft bastard, yeah, fell on your face. But no, he was trying to do the fucking, the most lethal move in wrestling.
Yeah. Like, I think with, like, just, like, how they structure everything, even like a welcome change in structure is still like, what the fuck, you know?
Yeah.
Because then it's like the crowd is not engineered to react to such suddenness. So you know, Trent wins. Brr, brr, brr. That's his theme. And Glenn Joseph and Matt Richards, they're like, we've got a bloody lump in our first spot now. God, he's fucking retired.
Oh no. Yeah, this is a great pro wrestling retirement because it lasted for 19 days.
Yes. Doug Williams has like a handful of more matches in 2018, and like 2 of them are in the UK. So it's not even like he can say, "Oh, I just retired in the UK."
I do remember, like, I think initially, like, it was like, well, he's got some European dates and maybe some Noah stuff to do before he actually retires. But then you look at the most recent matches that he had, and they're in the UK, so he obviously didn't stick to it.
Yeah, I mean, like,
but
for like,
it does appear he's now actually done, like, quietly backed out, because his last recorded match on Striganet was like June of last year.
Yeah.
In Fife, of all places.
Fife. Yeah. Like, for like post-pandemic, I think, it can be like considered like, oh, sure, you pick it back up because, like, I don't know, like, everything changed in the pandemic, but it's just funny to see, like, it really does last, like, so little. I remember watching his Noah match versus Ogawa at Yokohama Buntai. I don't remember it all, but I'm sure it was.
I definitely saw something from that tour that he did.
Yeah, and I remember he came back for like there was like those two shows in January 2020 in Noah, where it's like, oh, the whole card's a surprise, and oh, what's this? Here's Doug Williams. And I remember hearing the story of like, oh, no one went to his merch table. And I was like, damn, I would have went to your merch table, bro. I would have been like, hey, man, remember your British invasion? That was cool.
Hey, man, you got any Union Jack shirts? I really want wear those back home.
just be like, hey, man, I know you've been feeding for it. Just pass it a black pudding.
Oh, thanks, mate.
Oh, dear.
So he gets a pretty worthwhile show of respect with the locker room coming out on stage, clapping. Only slightly undermined by seeing who some of those members of the locker room are.
Oh yeah, like who?
Perhaps, people that we will see in the Thunderbastard match, like Sexy Star.
Oh.
But what was really funny about this little moment is that everyone just has to sort of awkwardly wait their turn for a hug and a handshake. Like this very informal cue starts, and people are like, "Right, I'm gonna give him a handshake now." Oh no, wait, I'll let that person go through for. Okay, maybe now. Oh, okay.
Doug Williams does a meet and greet after the show. Oh dear.
Very, very awkward moment. That awkward moment when Doug Williams retires. and you don't know if it's your turn to handshake him yet.
Oh dear. Yeah, like some of them, like, you get the feeling like, oh, this is like one of like someone who Doug has taken under his wing, and they're like, you've got a smile on the face, a handshake and a hug, going off with a smile, and then there's just a guy who's like, handshake, goodbye.
Yeah, a few people like probably barely really care or know him that well.
Oh no! Come on now!
Yeah, it's probably true, but
Well,
now though, mate. Boy, disqualification chair. Throw him out the fucking window. Because there's no fucking disqualifications in this one.
I'm not having any fucking disqualifications here. If you disqualify me, I'll batter you.
You will get battered. I was the one that battered you.
Jimmy fucking Havoc.
Versus.
There was a fucking beast right here the whole time.
Now we've complained about the video packages, but this one, start to finish, was pure epic fucking sauce.
Yeah, you should have trimmed minutes off of the other video packages to add more to this one.
So yeah, Jimmy fucking Havoc. We don't want James. We want Jimmy fucking Havoc. That's his full name. Versus Paul Robbo Robinson. And let me just run the cancel-dometer over this one.
Oh no! Oh,
Jimmy
no.
Havoc, he gets an 87. That's so cancelled, mate.
Oh man.
And how about Robbo? No reading. Robbo is not cancelled. Nobody has any issues with Robbo.
That's right. That's right. Oh man. AEW decided to review Jimmy Havoc's employment options after he completes the grapplometer, the cancelled-ometer rating, and after these ratings, they have decided to release him from his contract. Deary me.
Arena Robbo. It's amazing.
Paul Robinson has very scary, menacing music, and a sword on his Titantron, because he's the Sword of Essex, you know. And
yeah,
he stomps out, and he's so crazy. Like, I think what really makes Robbo sing is like how, like he uses like his like, not his like crotches and he like gyrates his crotch, but just like the way his like torso articulates on it.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
just so everything to me, you know.
It's just like I don't know how many like fucking speed tweakers you've met in your lifetime, but like I know Robbos, man.
Oh yeah,
I've met some Robbos. I live not that far from Essex.
Yep.
I've seen the Robbos. They're out and about. You cross the road to avoid them, even if they're fucking 4'6".
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. And like he uses like his neck. He's almost like Brock Lesnar. Like they're the only two guys who I can think of who like use their neck to like just fucking emote.
Fucking wave their dick about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's like doing the inverse of what Riddle did. Like Riddle, he like gave everyone a fist bump. He was like, "Oh, hello, mate. Hello again. I like you." Robbo's like, "Fuck off. Fuck you. Fucking cunt. I will fucking batter you."
He is.
And like some of these people didn't seem like they were doing anything at all.
No. Yeah. Robbo is making security earn their paycheck. Because he literally, like, this happens, like, fuck, it must feels like fucking, like, 5 times. He, like, goes up to a fan. Maybe the fan, the most the fan is doing is just going boo and flipping him off. It goes up to him, and, like, you know, like, 30 seconds in, the same security guard goes like, "Please do not touch the professional wrestlers."
I was not really told about the description of this job. I don't really understand what's going on.
I was not told there would be Robbos.
They did not specify Robbos in the email.
So,
yeah, like there's one guy who he knocks their cap off. He's just like, BAM!
Oh yeah.
Knocked your fucking cap off, bro. What are you gonna do about it?
Yeah. What?
What?
So, you know, he
Watch
is...
and learn. That's how it's done.
Absolutely. He's in
This
his
is
element.
the only effective heel in wrestling.
Yeah. As in, like, he really does project that sort of feeling of, like, oh my god, I think Abdullah the Butcher is actually crazy.
Robbo's theme ends and the Jimmy fucking Havoc chants are deafening.
They are ready.
Their god is about to grace them with their presence. They don't want James.
They want King Jimmy. And what is it that we hear when like Jimmy Havoc comes out? Is it actually no, it's some other shit, because Progress are now pussies who do not use copyrighted music.
I was waiting for it. I was like, here we go. He's going to come out to AFI 6 years after most people cared about AFI. But he doesn't! What?
No. Who are they kidding? That is like 60% of the reason he gets over. Come on.
They can't be like, hey Triple H, can you ring up AFI's fucking agent and try and get something done? It's WWE! You know?
Yeah.
They're going to answer the phone.
Well, like Triple H can get like the fucking masters of every Motorhead album ever made, but he can't get a one AFI song. Okay, bro. Jesus. So Jimmy Havoc, he comes out.
It's disgusting what they've done to my hero, my idol, Jimmy Havoc.
So Jimmy Havoc comes out, and he is painted up in the white face.
Yes. He looks crazy, man. He's just got like, he's completely white other than those like streaks under his eyes. I guess that's like black metal streaks.
Yeah,
like the Norwegians in the 90s and that.
He looks like Till Lindemann.
He's carrying a weapon. There's no feasible way for him to use an axe.
That symbolic axe.
And also the white paint really emphasizes how tiny his nipples look. It's just like little grains of couscous.
So I'd always seen the picture, right? And I think the picture is like a bit of an unfair thing, because like, you know, it's in normal lighting. It doesn't really like, you know, it makes him look, it's goofy, right? What do you think of it in like under arena lights, you know, actually in use? Does it come off any cooler to you at all? Or just the...
Mate, it was fucking epic!
Yeah, it's pretty epic, wasn't it?
I wasn't sure if he was doing like a thing where it's like Finn Balor with the demon paint. It's like, oh, you've unlocked the white-faced Jimmy Havoc. You're ready for it now. It seemed like that. It seemed like he wrestled like that.
I guess so, yeah. I assumed it was something where like, okay, it's weird, because like the thing I was thinking was, okay, he's painted himself white so that blood shows up better. But as you see during the match, when he gets touched, the paint comes off. So
yeah, you get Robbo looking all chalky later in.
I know.
It's like, has he been rolling around on a blackboard?
Robbo spilled his milkshake.
At this point, I feel like we'd been, you know, sort of dancing around. You know, this is this is Proggly. No, this is Proggly. This is Proggly.
Progress.
This is pure, untainted Proggly. You can't get this anywhere else in Grapply. These two guys.
Oh yeah. I did feel it with that stare down. You know, just like Jim Smallman, the MC, he's sounding the horn of battle for these two titans. You know, and they are just locked eyes on each other. You know, Robbo, he's a proper wit and a cunt, but he's no coward. So like, you know, they're just both waiting to go at it. Jimmy Havoc gets streamers. The stare down cannot be denied. They're ready for it. Yeah,
Jimmy Havoc, he's just like fucking standing there with his arms straight down by his side. He's looking a bit like the I Like Turtles kid.
Yeah. Like he goes for the, I've noticed this in other matches I've watched of him. He goes for like the stoic look, but you know he just kind of like he looks too odd just standing there. Robbo, meanwhile, like he looks fucking mental. It's great. He's 148 pounds.
Robbo, I just couldn't get over Robbo. Like, he works like the fucking like most intimidating wrestler in the world, but also simultaneously like a 90s chicken shit. How does he strike this balance?
It's incredible, isn't it? The bell rings and Jimmy Havoc immediately goes for an acid rainmaker. That's a very common move in Progress, I guess. I thought it was Jimmy Havoc's thing.
Yeah, they love it. Robbo fucking bumps on that axe.
He does,
That was just like carelessly tossed on the ground. Referee, come on.
Commentary is Callum Leslie. I cannot hear him because the sound mixing on this is fucking shit.
Yeah.
Jimmy Havoc, he pulls out a door. This is Chekhov's door. It will come into play later on. And then he crutches Robbo on the guardrail. And Robbo don't like it, not one bit. I quite likes this, like this next spot here. I think this is what you're talking about with the balance, where like Robbo, he like batters him a bit, you know, just a bit, and then he goes under the apron. He like pulls out like something. It looks like some sort of metal box. He like doofs him with it. Jimmy Havoc no sells it, and it goes up in the air and comes down on Robbo, who then sells it.
Oh yeah.
Which is pretty good. It's pretty good. And then Jimmy Havoc gets the blood red chairs out to do some sabu.
That's the blood red chairs.
Yeah, it's very symbolic of blood. And then
yeah.
How about this, mate? A fucking art report. You get your mummy to do your school uniform tomorrow.
Yeah. So yeah, Havoc pulls this out from under the ring, and the reaction I'm expecting is, oh my god, what a mad nutter! But instead, it's a callback to Chapter 3, according to Glenn Joseph. I wrote Glenn Jacobs again on there. Why did I think he was Kane? We all remember what happened in Chapter 3.
Kill yourself.
Anyway, this symbolic epic callback. Robbo gets powerbombed through the symbolic epic callback. So that's good. I mean, it's a good bump. I like it.
Then,
this is the point where Robbo looks all chalky because of Jimmy's paint.
Yeah. Jimmy, he grabs the axe. He's going to murder Paul Robinson right now with his axe. But fortunately, Robbo has a barbed wire bat that he doofs him with, and
it's unfortunate that every time Jimmy Havoc wants to murder someone with an axe, something happens and he can't do it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Robbo is like scraping it across his face and also his like titties too, and like he like goes up to a fan and he licks the blood off the barbs. What a sicko! The referee is there. He's like, what the hell, Robbo? And this is the point where I see like I hear a very self-indulgent bit of commentary. So we all know of the Havoc versus Ospreay match where one of Glenn Joseph's famous quotes.
28-18.
Yep. Where Glenn Joseph looks at these two. It's like the Batman and Joker of pro wrestling. I don't know which is which. And here, Glenn Joseph goes, I said before, it's like the Batman and Joker of pro wrestling, and I still don't know which is which. Like, oh yeah, that was such a fire line, I said.
At first I thought he said the Batman and Jericho. Now we're good.
So then Robbo, he takes a t-shirt and staples it onto Jimmy Havoc, but then Jimmy just immediately takes it off, so okay. It's an incredible bit of fucking like, like long-winded commentary where they're just like, it's not just that Robbo's maniacal. He's a legitimate kickboxer. He can do your nutting with the kickboxing. Then the Robbo pulls out a frying pan, and once again he doofs Jimmy Havoc with it. He no-sells it, and Robbo's like, fucking hell.
I've met a madder cunt than me.
And then the door, Robbo gets DVD'd into it, and then here comes the stapler again. Robbo gets set up in the corner for shattered dreams, and then Jimmy Havoc staples the part of his jeans that are in front of his balls. Ow!
Oh no, my proper Larry nuts.
And then this solicits chance of, you sick fuck. So then here's where, like, I think this match really transcends. Jimmy, he brings a light tube out, but then Robbo gets the light tube, and he doofs him with the light tube. So now the light tubes are in two, and Robbo's just fucking standing there, staring at the crowd, hard cam side, and he just yells out,
Yeah!
Yeah, he literally just like fucking like the perk angle, yeah! It's fucking incredible. I couldn't believe it when I saw it. I love it still. And now light tubes are in play. Robbo, he carves them into the back of Jimmy Havoc. The commentary, they cannot believe what they're seeing. They are about to vomit because of how sick and twisted this match is. And now it's time for Robbo to get thumbtacks out of the official Progress Wrestling branded thumbtack bag. he blows his nose into it, those thumbtacks, those drawing pins.
For drawing pins.
Jimmy definitely drives him into the text. Whoops. I do like though that like Robbo, he does like a weak kick out because oh no, my back hurty. Thumbs up to that. By this point we're getting into like the point where like they're just bringing a whole bunch of tube bundles. What are you thinking of like the violence of this match? Is it satisfying your bloodlust?
Yeah, it's good. I liked it. I feel like they just go from spot to spot with very little sort of slow moments in between, and it works out well for them.
Yeah. They're doing a whole bunch of other shit with the tubes. Meanwhile, like, Robbo, he will get like murked by something, and then he'll have a shot of him on the bottom rope. He's larfing about it. Oh my god. And then, curb stomp onto the attacks too by Robbo. I feel like, Robbo has like a way better blade job than Jimmy does. He gets a lot better colour on his bald head. And then the pivotal point is he decides to set up a chair table made of chairs and a light tube. And so he's going to do a curb stomp through the light tube. And it's going to be fucked up and kill Jimmy Havoc for real. But then Jimmy Havoc gets out. He hits an acid rainmaker. And they're pointing out commentary, he could go for the pin, but he doesn't want to because he wants to inflict more punishment. And I'm like, yeah, you do that, Jimmy Havoc. You stomp him through the tube. And then do another acid rainmaker to win the match. And, the action's not used, it's symbolic in nature. It's not meant to be used to murder people. And Jimmy Havoc, very curt to the point, he flips off Robbo and leaves the ring. And then meanwhile Robbo, he slowly exits on his own power, like he's holding in a jobby.
That's pretty much what I wrote to. Yeah, I expected to get a kick out of this match one way or another, but I didn't expect to be like that was good. That was actually good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I know Jimmy is the deathmatch guy who like impresses people who don't watch deathmatch guys.
Yeah.
Because most of the time it was like lame shit, like, oh my god, mate, you gave him a bleeding paper cut.
Yeah.
What's it gonna do with a small laceration on his finger?
Yeah. I mean, I definitely got
And
that.
like, I remember watching him in fucking CZW Tournament of Death, or the Big Japan Deathmatch Survivor, is that called?
Yeah.
I was thinking like, what the fuck? You know, this guy is not Kankuro Hoshino. He ain't taking the brick bump. I don't like him.
Yeah. You are
so
not
he
him.
either has those type of matches where he's just doing like, you know, the most unimpressive deathmatch guy stuff possible, or it will be the epic 45-minute storytelling matches in progress.
Yeah.
That obviously we get quite the ironic kick out of, but of not necessarily good. But this was good.
Yeah.
Robo carry job.
Like, what is it that's made Robo so funny and so lasting in our memory? It's because like he has like a fucking like aura to him, you know, legitimately, you know.
Yeah.
Looks like a mad cunt, and it's very funny, and it makes his matches memorable.
Yeah, this match made me want to climb to the top of a skyscraper and scream, "I like Robbo unironically!" Sky. Yeah! You know, Robbo, he's a bit like Taker.
Yo, oh
Of course,
my
it's
god.
It's like, of course there are ironic elements to my fandom, because they are both fucking funny as fuck.
Yep.
But there's sincerity in there too. And that's very important.
Absolutely.
Two peas in a fucking mad pod. A Robbo and Mark Calloway.
And you know, when we were getting this off the ground, we made it. You made it a mission statement with your Canva drawings that, like, oh, we're going to be absolute Undertaker apologists, and now here's the chance for it. The British Undertaker, Paul Robinson. We defend him.
You know, and I'm hearing he didn't actually do anything wrong. I don't know. Haven't read too much into it. You know, it's just what I've heard.
So then the interval happens.
I mean, the cancelometer didn't register anything, so.
Yeah, that's how you know.
Yeah.
Don't doubt the cancelometer. Don't undermine the cancelometer, please.
Yeah. Oh boy.
The interval happens, and Jim Smallman comes back from interval, and he says something real cool happened during the interval. Steve Wembley, they gave us plaques to commemorate the big indie grappling.
They were like, "We really like you, mate.
You guys are really cool."
I feel like Smallman in this moment, he has the vibe of like this gleeful Make-A-Wish teen. I got to meet John Cena, and he said I could be anything I wanted to be.
Wembley Arena, yeah. He gave us nice pats on the head and told us we were good boys.
I've got this well cool plaque that says this is a well cool show and loads of people are here. That's awesome.
Yeah, so congratulations to Progress Wrestling and Jim Smallman for that. They give the attendance because Wembley Arena told them. It is a Progress Wrestling record. 4,750 fans in this Wembley Arena. Oh
Bloody
my
hell,
god. Bloody hell. This is Progress.
That's loads of people.
So many people. Don't you love it? This is what
I
it's going to
love
be
it.
like every 3 months now, with the way things are going. Right?
Yeah.
We're gonna run Wembley Arena again soon.
It will happen. Yeah, I thought like when he was saying that, it was like, the people that run Wembley, yeah, they came up to me, yeah, and they were like, can you run it again? Can you come back, please?
Yeah, exactly.
But no, they gave him a little plaque. Here is a plaque. Here you go.
Now fuck off. There's that, and then he, Jim Smallman, one of his favorite phrases to use is, now please direct your attention to the video screen. And what is
As if a video was going to play and people would be like, well, I don't know which direction this is facing.
So it's just saying the Super Strong Steel 16 tournament is on. It's going to happen again next year. Which feels like this is a bit early to be doing that, honestly.
In alley panic, mate.
Oh, that was one of the things that also really pissed me off about pro wrestling.
What, the cutesy ways they would say names?
Yeah, mainly just alley pally. It's like at a certain point in like 2017, 2018, that was all I could fucking read on the Twitter timeline. Alley pally, alley pally.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
I'm alright now because I don't think I follow anyone who goes to Brit Rest shows because I alienated them all.
Because I hated them all. Nom nom nom.
Nom nom nom, barely on crunchy.
And so then he comes back to Jim Smallman, who's like, that's right, Super Strong Style 16, and then, oh no, music begins, and the note I have down here is, oh my god, he is interrupted by Chiron, help. Chiron. Okay, Travis Banks. I couldn't remember what this guy looked like. It's Travis Banks, and he comes into the ring. Jim Smallman looks so fucking sad and dejected as he hands the mic over to Travi, Just like
he's got to do his little acting skills. Like.
Oh yeah, he's pickling for certain.
Oh no, mate! This is a cancelled honour to our alumni.
Yeah, Travis Banks, his voice is bad. I don't like it at all. It's not the accent, but the accent sort of adds to it. Before you get started, Jim, you need to shake more heat.
Yeah, he demands a handshake from the small man, and he just instantly gives it to him.
Oh yeah.
It's like, okay. oh no, you made me shake hands. Boo! Wow. This is proper healing. This.
So yeah, Travis Banks. Wow, used to be a hero with the South Pacific power trip, but now he's a bastard.
Oh no!
A bloody cunt.
Yeah, and he just does this very nothingy heel promo, doesn't he?
Oh yeah.
And the crux of it is that he will be the first entrant in the Super Strong Style 16 tournament.
Better watch out,
Yeah, I really wanted a Demus run in here. just smashing the car door on his head. It is. I feel like that is maybe the funniest arc from the whole speaking out thing.
Oh
this
yeah.
Guy just was like, okay, I'll do these bookings that I can get in Mexico, but they're just like the dirtiest lucha indie bookings.
Yeah.
And he's clearly hey, he just wants to be mini Davey Richards.
Yeah, I loved
and he has to get car doors over the head.
I loved that spot where it was he was using glass, and it's he was he hits him with it, and he's fucking immediately looking at his hands fuck, because there's fucking glass all over him, And you're thinking like, oh man, you had WWE, bro.
Yeah.
You don't want this. You don't want this at all. But it's what you got.
Yeah.
Consequences
awesome.
of your actions.
Yeah. I feel like that's better than just like being completely unbookable for a lot of these people.
Oh yeah. Like Jimmy Havoc.
It's like, no, you have to work this lucha indie guy who doesn't speak the same language as you, and he'll just do whatever the fuck he wants.
Jimmy Havoc's probably making a living, you know. Meanwhile, Travis
Yeah.
Banks, he like has to do this stuff that he doesn't want to do for money, you know. Crazy.
Yeah. Jimmy Havoc delivers bin bags and stuff.
Jimmy Havoc provides a service in society.
Yeah.
So now it's on to the worst match I've ever seen.
Mate, are you telling me that you don't like the thunderbastard?
I didn't like the thunderbastard. I didn't like it.
But mate, the thunderbastard is like it's like all the bastards.
What was that? Can you repeat that, please?
Thunderbastard is the best, mate.
Oh dear, the thunderbastards. You know, I'd often heard of it. This is my first time actually engaging with what the rules are. So basically, imagine a Royal Rumble, except there's only 8 entrants, and there's no over the top rope. It's just pinfall, submission, DQ, but no count out. Because otherwise, how could people stay out of the ring to let 2 teams face off? This, it just felt like so like intimidating from like the first time I read it on the card.
Yeah, I remember reading through that with you. Particularly like the amount of entrance and the runtime.
Yeah, terrible. So the first entrants are the current Progress Tag Champions. This is for the Progress Tag titles. The people who hold those yin-yang ass belts are Flammeter and Bandido.
Bandido, mate. Yeah, they play like this very generic, vaguely Mexican themed music for them.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah. That's what you get for coming from another country. So, you seen these guys at all? I remember liking Bandido a decent amount from what I saw.
I've probably seen like Flamita more because, like, you know, he would have been in like the handful of Dragon Gate that other people showed me. I thought it was fine enough. Bandido, yeah, he seems fine. You remember when he was? Oh, would you have been around for him getting signed by AEW?
I don't think so. No.
It was when Chris Jericho was Ring of Honor champion, and because Bandido was a Ring of Honor champion, he faced him on Dynamite, and it was like, whoa. What a great match. Tony Khan immediately signs him, you know? And, like, you know, I guess he's still there.
Is he? I haven't heard from him in a long time.
Yeah, let me check his cage match. Maybe Striga will tell me if he's still employed. Let's see.
I mostly knew him as one of those guys who did... I mean, I guess he came from... It would have been CMLL that it came from, right? Or would it have been AAA?
Let me check.
But I mostly knew him from, like, he was one of the guys getting a lot of American bookings. And also UK as well.
Yeah, I think he was one of the ones who, like, came up from, like, the indies, and it would have been, like, AAA who first kind of, like, gets him. And he comes into CMLL sort of the same way as, like, remember, like, the Lucha Brothers would come in as, like, established guys. I think Bandido was treated similarly. But, you know, he still is in AEW. He wrestled last on AEW Rampage number 97, being defeated by Konosuke Takeshita.
How long ago was that?
That was the 14th of June.
Damn.
So,
yeah, I don't think I've seen him at all. I very occasionally watch Rampage, but
Yeah, I mean, like, I was about to say it's the one AEW that I get on the TV, but we don't have like that TV anymore. We just have the smart TV that my dad uses to watch Trump trial coverage. So,
so wait, so the version of the TV that you had,
yeah, so like
only
when
showed Rampage.
Okay, they would show Dynamite, but I think it would, you know how like you could watch Raw on Sky Sports, but you have to be up at like 1 a.m.
Yeah.
It's like Rampage doesn't have that because it's taped. I think this thing it airs on a delay, so it's like Rampage airs on what, like Fridays usually, and
right
in the ITV version it like this like goes on at like next Wednesday at like 10 p.m. or something.
I'm very accustomed to the ITV delay.
And do you like as well the unique feature of the ITV airings of AEW, where it's like comes back from commercial break and it's almost like, welcome back to Dynamite on ITV.
Oh yeah.
It's pretty good. Pretty good. So yes, Flamita and Bandido, they
the
are
awkward dubbing that they make Excalibur doing.
Oh, absolutely. This guy was born to do like ADR, I think.
Yeah.
Flamita and Bandido. I always sort of thought of them as like the socially acceptable luchadors for like a lot of American audiences. Like a lot of people like really don't dip their toes into like the actual Mexican scene, but they will see a Bandido be like, oh, I love lucha, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're here, and who could be their first opponents? What's David Starr and Jack Sexsmith?
Yeah. This is like the only point where it feels like deeply uncomfortable to be revisiting.
Yeah.
Like, I could probably watch like David Starr versus the Fat Cunt and be like, okay, yeah, it was pretty good. But these two together, oh my god.
Yeah.
I feel like in particular, Jack Sexsmith, you can't call yourself the pansexual phenomenon and dodge a cancelling. Like if something comes up for the pansexual phenomenon, it's over.
Yeah.
Because you're pandering to a certain audience.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Like
done with you.
Yeah, I think with a lot of them, like, you know, there's a sort of like vague feeling of like social progressiveness that I think like a lot of wrestling fans end up projecting onto wrestlers that they think are nice, and then the wrestlers like, yeah, sure, okay, you know, that's the sort of feeling I got of like, say, like, you know, maybe like the Elite or like other people like that, and you know, for a lot of people who
lovers.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And like, you know, for a lot of them, like they don't actually need it. So like, say like, I don't think Jordan Devlin's an example of this, but if he is like comes under disrepute because of allegations, like, you know, he doesn't actually need that segment audience. He can just like coast by, and WWE Raw viewers will be like, it's JD McDonough, accepting kayfabe, you know,
the bobble-headed bitch.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't really matter materially, but I feel like, yeah, for like, you know, we see David Starr here, who is a leftist. He goes to the House of Lords to campaign for pro wrestling, and he is specifically with a sex-positive gimmick. You know, you can't just like get cancelled and be like, okay, fuck that side of the audience, then I'll just keep wrestling. No. You've built your identity off of that.
Yeah.
You have to go become a bodybuilder
now. Yeah, you have to do these weird fucking flexes. You know, first I saw, like, when I found out he was bodybuilding, I saw him all, you know, in the fake tan and stuff, and I thought, oh, that's weird. But then I scrolled down a bit, and there's a video of him doing, like, the bodybuilding poses without the fake tan. I was like, oh, that's even weirder.
Yeah.
I understand why they put the fake tan on now.
No more carbs for you, David Starr.
Yeah.
You eat white chicken and unseasoned rice forever.
But
So,
yeah, if you present as a work bang and you fuck up, you are incredibly punished. As the footy fans would say.
Sexy Star. They are.
So David Starr, I would. This is just my opinion, right? But I would say he's the cream in your coffee. Your favourite wrestler's favourite wrestler. The Jewish canon. The physical embodiment of charisma. The Bernie Sanders of professional wrestling. The most entertaining man in professional wrestling. The circumcised saviour. Mr. American Rana. Davey Wrestling. The 104-minute man. The main event. He's really good at Twitter. The king of taunts. The product. David Starr. But like I say, that's just my opinion.
I forgot all about the fucking intro. David Starr.
It is something, man.
It was literally like in like a deep seated part of my brain. You know? Like, it's crazy to like hear it again. And you know, I don't like it.
Remember that he's so good at Twitter that once he paid to promote his rape and denial tweet.
That's right.
I remember reading replies like, I don't know who the fuck you are, but did you seriously just promote your rape denial tweet?
Dear.
But he's well good at Twitter. So you're just gonna have to trust me. Like, just disregard the evidence to the contrary.
Yeah.
He's really good. He's really good at it.
Yeah, it was funny to like look at his like bodybuilding like Twitter now and see that like he's still doing like socialist tweeting. It's like, damn, this would have hit like crack in 2018, but it's 2024, and you are a casual bodybuilder.
I also started to wonder who is my favourite wrestler. I looked up who is Low-Key's favourite wrestler. Couldn't find anything. Nobody interviews that guy.
Low-Key's favourite wrestler is Low-Key.
Yes. Damn, that's what Low-Key should start doing. He is your favourite wrestler's favourite wrestler because your favourite wrestler is Low-Key.
I wish Low-Key was in this match.
Oh, me too.
So Sexy
This is
Star.
one of the least low-key matches of all time.
Oh yeah. You know, Sexy Star, they get a team name, but it's them versus Flameter and Bandido. So alright.
And obviously, the name Sexy Star that used to belong to someone else, but she got cancelled because she was shooting in the ring.
Yeah, don't do
and
that.
Like, I don't think that's a good thing to do or anything, but I remember the day that it happened because every fucking cunt in wrestling was like, "Oh, I can't believe this. I don't condone this."
Oh yeah.
Every cunt had to get their say on it.
I feel like fucking like Jericho must have been like, oh, she'll never be in my locker room or something like that.
Yeah, so someone. I think it was Cody.
Oh, yeah, probably was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was pretty crazy.
Damn, no chance of Sexy Star getting a WWE run. Is my idol finished? Damn. So, Sexy Star and Flameter and Bandido, they're doing exchanges, and then there's a comedy kip up because you see, Flameter and Bandido, they're very epic luchadors, so they can do the kip up fine. But David Starr and Jack Sexsmith, they're a bunch of goofy goobers, so they can't do the kip up. And then the luchadors take pity on them and give them a hand up, and they kind of do a kip up, and it gets a wahey from the crowd.
Wait,
you did the kip up, you fucking bastards.
Yeah. At some point, Sexy Star do a gay kiss. It really, it settled me down because I was like, okay, they did a gay kiss, so that this means that they're a couple of woke bays who I would say represent no threat to women.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, they did gay kiss, so,
So they are woke bay, as is
Exactly.
the science on the matter. So there is like a no side after this kip up spot. They just shake hands and all that. But in Flamita, he kisses Jack's hand and slaps him on the ass, and this makes David Starr very jealous. So the kiss is to reassure David Starr that yes, David Starr, you're still my gay lover. My name is Jack Sexsmith. And then, they come to blows after that, and Flamita and Bandido, they do the floss, which is very popular back then, the floss dance. And then...
Yeah, the damn kids love that.
Fortnite. And number 3 team comes out. What do you think, by the way, of like how there's like the countdown, but instead of a buzzer, it's just like... Isn't that great?
It's a way to do it.
Number 3 team, Maverick Mayhew and Connor Mills.
Yep. They come out as the third entrance and they do some flips and that.
Skinny Britons.
They are so skinny. Jim Phantom is frantically ordering these guys some cheeseburgers.
No lettuce.
Down with salad.
So Maverick Mayhew, he may not be making Jim Fannon's pin-up wall, but he is doing the flips, as is his partner Connor Mills. They're just doing a bunch of flippies.
Yeah.
And then, I think this is working like Royal Rumble rules, where like, it's not actually like 2 minutes between entries.
Yeah, it's a very short amount of time. But I mean, like, it's so short that it sort of nullifies the whole concept. Because it's like, well, you might as well just fucking bring them all out.
It's literally like the 9-way TLC match.
Yeah, they're all going to be out there eventually. So just fucking bring them all out. What's the point of these entrances? I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, at least the Royal Rumble, that will last for at least like 45 minutes.
Yeah. They need the pop. They need the
woo!
So number 4 is Aussie Open, the Australian Open. And this is before they have their fucking Run the Jewels theme song. It's just like some shit. Kyle Fletcher looks insane.
Yeah, I've never been able to get over a look at that guy. I quite like Davis. I think he's pretty good.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, as in like even when like Kyle Fletcher stops shaving half of his head, he still looks odd, I think.
Yeah, he's got like this very strange face.
Like
I'm not, you can't change your face, but I wish you could.
Oh man. So yeah, he's like quite a bit skinnier now as well. He's beefed up in recent years. Had Kyle Fletcher, Mark Davis. The one thing I noticed from this segment when they come in is like Mark Davis does like a butt bump in the corner, and they call it as like an earthquake splash, and I was like, damn, that's cool. But never mind that now. It's time to get epic. Hey you, are you having fun? Do not do that. We are the no fun police of Chief Deputy Dunne and Los Federales Santos Jr.
It all started flooding back to me, like the reasons why I stopped like engaging with this promotion. The feeling of just being done with this shit. It's here now.
I feel as with them where like they're having their damn cake and eating it too, which to be fair, like the crowd is doing it as much as they are. So like it's a collective thing, where like, okay, they're the no fun police. They're supposed to be like, okay, I don't know, like right to censor or something like that. Like you boo them because they deprive you of thing, but also they're epic funny heels who we support.
Yeah.
Like what
Yeah,
what is it?
It really felt like they were one of the crowd favorites in this match, which is stupid. What's the point then?
So
stupid.
Los Federales Santos Jr. I must wonder if this fella has received training. I don't.
Maybe he went to Trent Seven school. But, I don't know.
Trent Seven's class where you all sit down and he goes, "Welcome to Wrestling 101. Okay, here's your trunks." So Santos struggles to get into the ring, and then they have a thing where they like shoot you with a finger gun, but Bandito shoots him with a finger gun and he goes down. So I laughed quite a bit watching this because of the hilarity of the situation. Now,
Banter!
Banter! And now number 6 is the grizzled young veterans of James Drake and Zach Gibson coming from the crowd. And Zach Gibson is cutting a promo, and he's just going, "Oi, oi, I'm Zach Gibson," and they're like, "Boo," which did that make you feel anything?
Well, I remembered, being in some of those crowds. I feel it's like one of those things when once you're actually there, you've got to participate in it. Otherwise, you're just standing there. It's like it's a lot like Adam Cole, baby. I don't like Adam Cole. But if he's in front of me and he's about to do that Adam Cole, I'm going to join in. Because otherwise, I'm just the mug that's not joining in.
Oh sure, yeah, you're the person that Delirious is rubbing the bald head off.
Yeah. So you could say I'm complicit in some of this stuff. But yeah, I mean, I didn't really see once I started watching Progress.
Yeah.
He was already that guy that they had that reaction with. I didn't really see what led to it.
I always heard about him as like one of the best heel promos today, and if this is a typical example,
he can handle that stick, but there's a lot of sort of, you could almost call it post Vicky Guerreroism.
Oh yeah, it's just out of habit.
There's still prevalent today with Dominic Mysterio and Don Callis.
Yeah.
Where it's like the Dunne thing when you go to the show is that when this person turns up, you all boo from start to finish until they leave.
That's absolutely right. So, yeah, he tries to finish his promo, and he gets cut off twice. So he gets cut off. I think by Bandito Flamita, and then gets it back, and it's like, as I was saying, boo, and then I think it's Mayhew and Mills who cut them off again. And then, oh my god, number 7 is Chris Brooks and Tim Thatcher. Oh, also behaviors are eliminated. Oh.
Yeah, good timing there.
I know, yeah.
But yeah, Chris Brooks and Tim Thatcher, what the hell's going on there?
So I kind of remember this. I kind of got my memory jogged by this. Obviously, CCK is Chris Brooks and Kid Lycos, right? But
yeah,
Kid Lycos,
Travis Banks was kind of involved in it for a bit.
I think so, yeah. So Kid Lycos gets injured because he got injured a fucking lot, right?
Yeah.
And then I think it was Jonathan Gresham was also in that, and in that stable. So it's Jonathan Gresham is now my partner, but then Jonathan Gresham gets injured and stuff like that. So Chris Brooks is I will get a partner of stone, and it's Timothy Thatcher of Ringkampf. So that's why this team's here. But yeah, it's very funny to see Timothy Thatcher work and not get a reaction from this crowd.
He probably felt like the most out of place guy there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it's definitely not the role that he would like to have in it.
Like fucking that bit where like he like gets someone in a gut wrench and he like looks at the crowd, he's gonna like milk it, and then he like throws them and like everyone's like Very great. Very great. I was glad to see him though. He's definitely the best wrestler in this match.
Yeah.
Whole bunch of stereo submissions that don't go nowhere. And now it's time for the final entrance. It's the 198. That used to be Flash Morgan Webster and Mark Haskins, but Flash Morgan Webster, he's a bastard now, and he turned on Mark Haskins. The Modfather, his partner, is now Wild Boar.
Wild Boar.
What do you think of this Wild Boar guy?
He's got like the physique to do something, but he's got this. I don't know. He's just like
there's something off about him.
Like, yeah, the face is like you should be on EastEnders or something. What are you doing in the grappling?
He like plays like someone who is like imagine if you're doing like wrestling in like the school playgrounds and someone's like, you know, like shooting. You're just like, no, I will do F5. I will do F5 to everyone right now. Like I watch him like go crazy and I think like I should maybe think this is good, but I don't.
Yeah, I just didn't. Yeah, I didn't feel anything.
Yeah.
Watching this,
and like
once they're all in, it's just like this is a bunch of lads jumping about, and I'm watching, and I'm just like emotionless.
Yeah, my thought was
the match is a mess. It's a mess.
Yeah, it's and Flash Morgan Webster too as a heel. This is my first time seeing this guy. Immediately.
Oh really? Never seen him before.
Nope. And immediately, he might beat Corporate Kane for like most bottom vibes. Like.
Yeah, I don't get what his thing is. Like he can do some flips, but he's also trying to present this sort of character that just doesn't register. He's a guy that likes the Jam or the Who. I don't know.
Yeah.
So, okay, you like some fucking bands. Great. What else he got to tell me?
Yeah, like he's fucking scrawny too. So many of these Brit Wrest guys, they can't even get into like a physique where it's like, oh yeah, I bet this guy could fight. You know, it's like just like so fucking like it's just an indescribable emotion that you feel seeing this scrawny guy be like an evil maniacal heel, and then there's his cohorts, the Wild Boar, who's just going around spearing everyone and sentoning everyone. It's like, what is this? What is this?
Yeah. I'm actually getting some memories of the last Progress show that I attended. I believe it was a callback to Chapter 65, if I remember correctly. And it was Morgan Webster versus Doug Williams. And Doug Williams was, he's presented this guy doing I don't know what you call it, a victory lap sort of run in Progress. Like they hadn't always booked him. He was just booked for like a few months prior to this Wembley show.
Yeah.
And Morgan Webster was like, he'd either turned or he was clearly on the turn, but everyone was like cheering him. I was just like, oh man. I remember going to the bar to get a pint. I was like, man, this ain't my place. Or I don't think I will go again.
I am sorry that I did not watch 6 years of Progress before this. I don't think I need to in order to get someone,
Yeah.
I should add to it, but it shouldn't be the whole thing. Anyway, fucking, the police are making more moves, and, Tim Thatcher's in there, he's making a poopy's face, as he's wont to do. Does a human windmill for two. Then Kyle Fletcher does like a top rope X Factor to Tim Thatcher. And then Aussie Open hits like some double team move and some fucking weird double team move that the Grizzled Young veterans do. And then Flamita and Bandito do a round the world kick to Zach Gibson. And then there's a Phoenix Splash for two. And then Tim Thatcher's on the outside hooking Los Federales Santos Jr.'s heel. David Starr does a double DAT to Flamita and Bandito. And then there's something called the Climax for 2 count. Wild Boar is beating up Jack Sexsmith, and then he eliminates him 16 to
just the thought of the climax leading to a 2 count. A 2 count when there's like 6 other teams in it. Couldn't the climax eliminate somebody? So it's like, man, I'm pretty. There's a lot of wrestling fans out there who they see a damn triple threat or something, and they're just like, oh, I can't go with this because it's 1 in, 1 out, blah blah blah. I'm pretty accustomed to that stuff. It doesn't generally bother me that much. But in this, I'm fucking bothered. I'm really bothered. Yeah. I'm so bothered.
If it's not going to be a finisher, then I don't care if climax is a synonym for ejaculation. You can just call it something else.
Yeah. So there is eventually a bunch of eliminations. Wild Boar is getting pushed pretty heavy in this match. He eliminates the pansexual phenomenon. He eliminates No Fun Dunne.
Yeah.
They obviously do a spot where there's like a big load of dives and it's leading towards one biggest dive. The fat boy, Los Federales Santos Jr., as his epic name is called.
Yes.
He does the tope. I was like, okay, that's that peaked then. But then they still do stuff like Bandito does something.
Yeah,
but I think he does he throws No Fun Dunne over his head.
Yeah, it's weird because Santos does the dive, and Bandito's gonna do another dive, but then Dunne goes like, no fun. No, which doesn't make sense because like he should be scolding his partner for that, but then it's because Bandito doofs Dunne and then picks him up and does a fall away moonsault onto everyone.
Yeah. That's what he does. Yeah.
Santos Jr. gets in the ring again, and he has like 2 people, and like he doesn't just do a double choke slam. He does that fucking thing where it's like you're like 35% do a choke slam and you like flip him the other way, and like, man, why are you making Los Federales Santos Jr. do these moves? Brit Wrest is like a fucking disease, man, where like no one can just do like a body slam. It has to be like all these fucking complicated like moves. They're trying to reinvent the goddamn wheel. Just all this like fucking like Ouroboros ass shit, just influenced by pro wrestling and nothing else. And they all have names. Everyone in the last one of them has fucking names. Everyone like knows off by heart, and I feel like a fucking insane person listening to it. And Santos Jr. does one of those, but then Wild Boar murks Dunne, as you alluded to. My next notes here are Mark Davis comes in. What? I don't know what I was referring to. I was like fucking fried by this point. My brain was absolutely fucked.
What?
An important thing is that they make note that there are 2 referees because, you know, just like the Royal Rumble, there's a whole lot going on. We need two sets of eyes on this. There's a ref bump. And I think to myself, well, that's okay. There's 2 referees. And commentator knows, well, referee Joel's out there. But you know what this means? It's that Bandido and Flash Morgan Webster are on the top rope. And Flash Morgan Webster pulls out a slapjack of some kind and doofs Bandido with it. And what's the awake ref doing? He's looking at the dead ref and going, "Oh man, are you okay? Holy shit."
Yeah, I didn't even register that there was 2 refs. But my main thought was like, well, why the fuck are there even DQs in this thing? If in the triple threat, all the heels get on the apron, and it's like, oh well, triple threat rules. This is like a 95 team tag match. Why are DQs applicable to this?
It's a great question. Really good question. And they will not answer it because they have to do this ref bump spot with Flash Morgan Webster, who pins Bandido.
Wild Boar pulls out it's Flash Morgan Webster's little mod bike helmet.
Oh, that's
bops him in the head.
Is.
Yeah.
Wow, what a terrible character. What just a terrible character and wrestler. I don't like him.
I feel like at this point in time, I mean, maybe it's still a thing now, but it definitely felt like a big thing back then of like, instead of having a gimmick, you have an aesthetic. You just dress a certain way. Yeah, but maybe that's still like applicable in like, are you aware of Wendy Chu? NXT superstar Wendy Chu? I think she just had a gimmick change, and now she's like spooky.
Oh, okay.
General spooky person.
Right, sure. Right.
I mean, if you ain't joining the Y at 6, then I don't give a shit.
Yeah. I mean, it is a good point. Like, yeah, like sometimes it feels like the shit doesn't just come from you like working something out in the ring. Like, you know, there's so many examples of like we kind of talked about it before when we were doing the Royal Rumble. Like so many like characters, even in something like a sterile environment like WWE, a character comes in and like you're all serious, right? But then as they go on and they get more comfortable, like maybe they like, you know, get a bit more relaxed and get a bit more like goofy or whatever, right? Because like you naturally grow in the ring. You find out like what's kind of working and what's not, and you like evolve that way. But that feels like it works less when it's like, you know, you just have this like aesthetic, and you know, you're just like I'm the mod father, and you know what the fuck are you supposed to do with that?
Here's my top 8 bands on Lest FM.
Yeah, like what are you gonna fucking learn from that? You know?
Yeah.
Nothing. So, you know, Flash Morgan Webster looks like a right bastard there. And even though this is the point where I'm like, I fucking hate heel Flash Morgan Webster, I'm thinking, okay, he's being booked strong, so maybe he'll be like the final 2 or whatever. Also up and just do their double team move on him and pin him immediately.
Yeah.
And
you say you hate heel Flash Morgan Webster. I can definitely confirm for you that it's not that much different as a bayface.
Great.
It's the same guy.
Kyle Fletcher, he gets the pin and then does like why am I so winning face. And now it's down to the Aussies and
GYV.
Yeah, I was just sitting there like, wait, did we go over Chris Brooks get eliminated? And yeah,
Davis eliminated him at some point.
yeah.
But yeah, the crowd really hate Gibson. They chant, "Where's my car stereo?" Because, you know, a man from Liverpool is obviously, you know, looking to steal stuff from you.
Yeah.
But no, I would dispel this myth. So I went to Liverpool last year, and everyone was nice, and I left with all my belongings intact.
You'd be chanting.
Shame on you, Proggly.
You'd be chanting, "There's my car stereo."
There it is, in my pocket.
So, you know, grizzled young vets in Aussie Open. They fought before, and Aussies have never won. So now it's like the double team move by the Aussie Open is the fidget spinner, and they hit it on Zach Gibson, and it's for 2. And then, you know, they're I'll tell you what they're doing. Aussie Open and grizzled young veterans
are competing continually.
They are wrestling, man, and sure are. I get mad because the grizzled young vets try hitting a doomsday device, and the commentator's like, "They tried to hit the making towns there," and I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? You named your fucking doomsday device. BritRest sucks."
They've renamed the doomsday device. I did not clock that. Wow. That is some serious shit.
And there's like, I think James Drake has a 450. I don't know why he's hitting that. And then also,
yeah, it feels weird, right?
They're the grizzled young vets. Why are they wrestling like that?
I never see. They should wrestle like the Revival. That's basically what they are, right?
Right.
Oh, crazy.
Like even like a weird ass fucking double team move they hit. It's like, this is so complicated. Why are you doing this? This goes against your entire thing. At least I think so. I don't know.
Yeah.
Aussie Open, they come back from that, and then they hit the super fidget spinner for the win, and Kyle Fletcher's once again like, holy shit, did I win that? Tag title, and I wish you'd just take the belt and ends this.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the stats here, and yeah, I can confirm that this was the longest match ever wrestled. No need to fact check. I've worked it out already. It is the longest match.
It sure is. It sure is.
You enjoy that, my friends?
No.
No, Jim. I didn't. I did. I will not wahey in response to that, like the rest of the crowd does. Oh, really painful match.
Indeed.
So now, what else could follow up the longest match ever, except for the longest running package ever?
So yeah, Pete Dunne versus Ilja Dragunov, and well, Connor, you can have your take on your match eventually. I need to break from structure and go over this one solo, okay?
Ja.
Es tut mir leid für mein schlechtes Deutsch, aber ein Videopaket wird abgespielt und hier ist Stricker. Stricker, Eigentümer von Cage Match und WXW, sagt, dass Pete Dunne ist nicht der beste unabhängige Profi-Wrestler in Europa. Das ist Ilja Dragunov. Stricker schlug Pete Dunne auf den Mund. Pete Dunne wird wütend und greift Stricker an. Aber Ilja Dragunov rennt herein und schautet ihn aus. Pete Dunne war unglücklich darüber, in London angegriffen zu werden. Also traf er Ilja in Deutschland und es kam zu einer Schlägerei. Jetzt ist es auch so Zeit für den größten Kampf in europäischen Wrestling. Abgesehen von das letzte Spiel. Connor, bist du verdammt noch schnell bereit?
Ja.
Bist du verdammt noch schnell bereit? Gut! Strickers Musik spielt. Was? Ich weiß nicht. Warum auf dem Bildschirm Christian Michael Jacobi steht? Nein! Das ist Stricker! Stricker geht so typisch die Rampe hinunter. Aber oh nein! Er ist leicht gestolpert. Diese niveaulosen Briten sagen weh! Stricker geht ans das Dick. Sein Englisch ist fantastisch. Die Musik von Ilja Dragunov ist mehr Percussion. Gar keine Melodie. Pete Dunne hat die schlechtesten Schläger im Ringen. Don Frey und Yoshihiro Takayama rollen in ihren Gräben. Und sie sind nicht einmal tot. Pete Dunne soll der britische Held sein. Und Ilja der Bösewicht. Aber das verrät uns das Kampf nicht. Die Gelenkmanipulation von Pete Dunne kann nur ein Roit-Bastard durchführen. Sie liefern sich einen Kopfstoßkampf. Es ist okay, aber es ist kein Tank vs. Toby Klein. Oh ja, die Schiedsrichter wird abgelenkt und das gibt Stricker die Chance, Pete Dunne mit der WWE United Kingdom Championship zu treffen. Aber nein, Pete Dunne entkommt nach 2. Scheiße! Pete Dunne schnippt Strickers Finger. Ihre Cage-Match-Rezensionsrechte würden widerrufen. Endlich. Ilja unterwirft sich der Gelenkmanipulation. Ich bin traurig. Ich mag Ilja Dragunov. Ich liebe Stricker. Ich mag die Bruiserweight nicht. Aber man kann nicht alles im Leben haben. Das Kampf war letztlich okay. Also, Connor, was denkst du?
Das Wasser war.
That was my main bit that I was preparing yesterday. I gotta get this pronunciation spot on.
You really did sound like a VXV commentator there.
Is there any bits that you'd like me to translate? I feel like a lot of it spoke for itself.
What was the bit after Strigger's finger got broken?
So that was, Pete Dunne snaps Strigger's finger. Your cage match reviewing privileges have been revoked.
I reckon it was something like that.
Ihre cage match Rezensionsrechte würde widerrufen.
Damn. What can I say?
Yeah, I just ran through the whole thing, but I needed to do it.
Yep.
I had to do it too.
I guess, I thought the match was alright enough. I was this was like as I told you, this was sort of the point where I had to I was unable to finish this show in one seating because I experienced the thunderbastard match, but I thought to myself, it's the thunderbastard match. I don't need to like have my brain active right now. But then I was watching this match between two people, very simple, and I was like, so I was like, oh jeez. My thought about this match conceptually is like it's very easy to be like, oh my god, Pete Dunne versus Ilja Dragunov, these two stars of European wrestling right now. Wouldn't it be great if they wrestled? Actually, here's Christian Jacobi, fucking,
Nein! Das ist Trigger!
Here's the site master of Cage Match, and here's a video package of him going, blah, 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 blah. Pete Dunne, I challenge you, blah, 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 blah. And then, God, can you fucking imagine if, like, WWE video packages were like, let's include every single segment that occurred in this feud. They don't do that because that'd be stupid. But Progress does it, and it makes this video package like 10 minutes long.
I mean, I had fun with it because I already decided that Christian Michael Jacobi is Trigger, and so I decided to do this bit. So I was like, oh yeah, the longer this goes, the better. Because there's only so much I can say about the wrestling.
Yeah, I kind of wish you told me this so I could enjoy it instead of feeling pain. But it's just as you said. And then we go to the next match. yeah, just done with it. Yeah, what else could I say?
I recapped it. It's one of those clips that they put on the Cage Match main homepage.
Oh yeah.
The all German podcast. Those guys will get it. Those guys will understand.
Wrestler of the week, Ilja Dragunov for not snapping Strigger's finger.
Yeah, I could run over some of my thoughts. Like Pete Dunne. When I said Pete Dunne had the schleckesten Schläger im Ringen, that's the worst punches. I hate his punches.
Yeah.
He every fucking match needs to have poor tribute to Fry Takayama spot.
Yeah. Like that's another thing.
That's why Fry and Takayama were rolling in Ihren Kriegen. Und sie sind nicht einmal tot. They're not even dead.
Yeah. Oh, very good. I think that was another thing about the video package too, is that like because they show every segment, you get to see the Fry Takayama spot like 5 times.
Oh, yeah, it's crazy.
And then you get to see it in the ring, in das Ring.
Yeah, we did also get the one way-worthy moment on the show when Christian Michael Jacobi is walking to the ring and he stumbles slightly.
Yeah.
That's when I said, Diese niveaulosen Briten sagen weh. I made sure to say weh. That means those classless Brits say way.
Very nice. This is an incredible work you've done, I think.
Yeah, I can copy and paste this to you at some point.
I
got like the translation and also some pronunciation notes for some of the trickier words.
Wow.
Did you also like when I said the VVA United Kingdom Championship?
I didn't catch that. Oh my god. Come on, surely the Cage Match podcast says WWE? Surely.
Maybe they. Well, I used a lot of help from Google Translate for this, and I also pressed the little voice button, and they said VVA, so I was like, perfect. That's like perfect. That's great. Yeah, do you have anything else to say? I mean, it was alright. I quite like Ilja Dragunov. Not a massive fan of Pete Dunne, but he can be carried, I guess.
Yeah, like I did like Ilja here. I liked obviously he's someone who already like excels where like a lot of people can be sort of like insufferable as far as like just like doing these like wacky things that like he just comes off as like a right nutter for, and I think probably my favorite part of this match was there's like 7 spots of like, oh no, he spit in his face, but this one sticks out because Ilja does it to Pete Dunne while he's on a defensive, and Pete Dunne's like, oh, I'm angry about this, and Ilja makes a really good like, ain't I a stinker face, which I liked. But yeah, the Battle of Europe ends with the United Kingdom champion Pete Dunne winning with it's not just a triangle, he also does the finger snappy, oh no, ouchie, I tap for that. And then afterwards, no side, they respect each other and do handshake. And also, I learned while looking up Christian Michael Jacoby that the day after this, Christian Michael Jacoby steps down from WXW citing burnout.
What? Strigger, vad är du?
Forkis du, Stricker, Forkis du!
What the fuck? The actual day after, that's crazy.
Yeah. So, basically in kayfabe, Stricker got his finger broken and it died in Wembley Arena.
Scheiße!
Oh, scheisser. So, then after that, they gotta set up TLC. What better thing to do than setting up TLC than another 10-minute video package?
Yeah, video package for Eddie Dennis versus Mark Andrews for the Progress World Title #1 contendership TLC match. And the video package shows them, these two are the best of mates. They hold up a fucking shield with the Eagle logo. Did they also have... I knew about the staff, right? The Progress staff. Did they also have shields?
Oh, that's right. That was what the tag titles were before they became the Yin Yangs.
Hell.
I remember that, yeah.
Oh, Proggly.
Some fine Proggly there.
But yeah, when you see Eddie Dennis turn on his lifelong friend, you just think, why Eddie, why?
Yeah, literally wrote down why Eddie, why, and it was like, why Eddie, why?
Yeah.
Read these guys like a book.
But then, call back to chapter 6.
Oh, yeah.
Remember what happened at chapter 6?
Eddie Dennis. Heel Eddie Dennis. This is one of those examples where I was talking about, where like, I feel like I'm an insane person listening to these people talk, because you can't just say a sentence like, the double stop next stop driver leaves James Drake dead to rights, and expect me to be like, uh-huh. But he says it, and he's all like, oh, you, Mark Andrews, you said I could have the pin, that I deserved it. And then, oh, it's a classic bit of misunderstanding in pro wrestling, because that pin got broken up, and then later on, Mark Andrews tries to go for a pin after, and Eddie Dennis, he sees it, and he's like, oh, you said I could have the pin, you take all the glory, just like always. And so, I think this is a really whiny storyline. Like,
yeah, it's one of those friend versus former friend storylines that are clearly just influenced by, like, Triple H does a Shawn Michaels.
Oh yeah.
Like, this is probably the same year that we get the trilogy of Gargano versus Ciampa.
Yeah, totally.
So it was very prevalent. Everyone wanted to have their epic former tag team partners go to battle match.
And I mean, you know, if you're gonna go for it and like have like stakes of like, you know, I like fuck you up and injure you and maybe you'll never wrestle again, that's fine. But like fucking being like, oh, it was an afterthought in the entrances because your theme was playing. Shut up, man. And then it's like, oh no. So like Eddie Dennis turns heel, but then he gets injured. So most of the storyline has just been him injured, right?
Yeah, you get the sense that throughout chapters 55 to 65, so there was a lot of sort of filler segments with just him. So, I'm going to attack you again.
Yeah.
Look out!
When Progress runs in America, Ricky Shane Page is getting his ass kicked by Eddie Dennis. And then, you know, Mark Andrews, he has his he's got his fingers dipped in a bunch of pots. He also has a musician band. And you know, he's having a concert and he's rocking it with his guitar, but then Eddie Dennis comes up and puts the sleeper on his manager. Oh no.
Yeah, he was right there. You could have attacked him.
Yeah, but he wanted the main games.
You got his tour manager. And as Mark Andrews put it, he's not even involved in this business. I don't know why he pronounced it like that. Business.
You crossed
BIZNUSS. Business.
Triple H co-opted them so fast that they don't even know how to pronounce the terminology yet. So then there's like these dramatic horns, like you hear in like a Morricone soundtrack, yeah. as they trade barbs, like, you use the parrots for free rent. And then fucking they do this thing that, like, if there was any dramatic tension that this video package had, it would evaporate instantly as they use fucking Sony Vegas pop-up text templates for tables, ladders, and chairs. It looks disgusting.
When the Morricone horns hit, I was like, mate, was that a hype vid for Eddie Dennis, the Mark Andrews? Or was that the good, the bad, and the ugly? I quite simply do not know. Because both were simply 161 minutes long.
Oh, very nice. So yeah, Wembley gives that applause. I don't. I know what you were talking about. You know, you get caught up in the ways of it.
You weren't doing the Clapley?
If I was there, I would just be like, I like whoever I was around, these like strangers I'm around, I just like, no, batten down their heads. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't.
Yeah. I know what you mean. Like, you know, there's some stuff that you feel compelled to join in with, but then there'd be other stuff that's just like, no, I'm not. No, I refuse.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate moment when Jim's
folded.
It's the unfortunate moment when Jim Smallman makes eye contact with you. So Eddie Dennis, his Tron video is a picture of him going, and then a picture of him going, ah, ah. He's mental.
You can't get him doing a move. I mean, as we'll find out later, this guy fucking loves a razor's edge.
Yeah.
Can't you get a clip of him doing the razor's edge?
It's so stupid. It's so stupid. You could easily get someone to whip up a fucking music video of their moves. I don't understand.
Yeah. It's so easy. I would do it for free, but only for DJ Hyde. Our close personal friend, even closer nowadays, to be honest. We've really started to bond.
Yeah. Yeah. Watch this space, folks. All I'm going to say about it.
Yeah, I mean, probably nothing will happen, but maybe I'll do the official CZW podcast. I don't know.
Anyway, Mark Andrews comes out. It's interesting that he appears to not be popular.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Mark Andrews, he was always like one of the sort of mid-range guys, but he did get himself booked in TNA before the WWE UK stuff. I don't know, he was liked, but I don't think, I think he's just too tiny, even for these fans, to be like, he should have the world title, mate. And it's not like he has, I guess his sort of, he doesn't really have a gimmick, it's just sort of like, nice, likeable bloke.
Yeah.
If you saw him at the local rock gig, the local pop punk do, you would have a conversation with him and you would think, he's alright.
I feel like Eddie Dennis is just like fucking really over too. Somehow.
Yeah, I do vaguely remember watching the shows where he was a heel and people seemed to connect to his promos, and I guess they were all right in some ways.
Like,
I guess it's kind of one of those things where it's like, well, this heel is cutting these epic promos, and this babyface, he's just there. So I choose to support the heel. I reckon there was a lot of that going around.
They do some WWE ass chair shots here. Boy, I tell ya. And then, like, the first ladder grabbed is the Hornswoggle ladder.
Yeah, why did they have this?
Yeah, like, Eddie Dennis grabs it and makes a big show of, like, what's this doing here? And then he just uses it as a weapon. And, you know, Mark drop tolls him into it, and the crowds, they're booing him. Are booing him for it, and they're doing this and that, and then we come to the point where I thought to myself,
the match was ruined.
And that was when so they bring out tables. They've got tables in this tables, ladders and chairs match. Did you know about this? They've got tables here, and
does that represent the T in the DLC?
I think so, but I'll have to confirm with my sources.
Okay.
Eddie is on the apron, and Mark stunners him off the apron. And there's a table out there that he falls onto. Now, I think that if you land on a table, I as a fan can assume, ouch, that's gotta hurt. And it could just be fine. If it doesn't break, then that's fine. But what Eddie Dennis does is he tries to will this table to break under his weight. You see it. He tilts inwards. Please break table. And then he falls down so unceremoniously. And the crowds, they just eat it up. They just eat it up. The commentary does too. I am the table. He reference Ponchomania!
Yeah, it's crazy to hear 4,000 people make the same fucking joke in unison. I am the table!
And then they just keep trying to break this table. They keep trying to break it, even though it's not given. And then each time it doesn't break.
And you know this got like 5 minutes on Botchamania.
Yeah,
they
of course it fucking did. Yeah. Yeah. And like every time it doesn't break, the crowds love it even more. They're chanting for the table. I'm just thinking, like, you don't appreciate that being slammed on some woods is a acceptable thing in a wrestling match anymore.
It's pretty crazy. I feel like, obviously, if a table doesn't break, I guess it's understandable that a wrestler's first instinct is to try and break it again. And that's okay. But clearly, they have a certain type of table. There's several tables that get bought out in this match. And they're all the same. They're all the same make. They got them all from the same distributor or whatever. And they just keep fucking going. And it's like, mate, even if these tables broke, I think too many tables.
Yeah.
Like, I think back to the original TLC matches, which are still pretty much the peak of the genre. Nobody's surpassed these matches. They would have like two or three spots involving tables, spaced out, and a lot of them would feel pretty damn sudden as well.
Yeah.
But these don't at all. They're just constant with the damn tables, and they just. I completely forgot what I was fucking gonna say.
Yeah, you got two mads to continue.
They just keep going for tables, and they're not doing what you want. And it completely overshadows the match that they have.
Yeah, and like, it like just doesn't sit right when commentary is like deathly serious about like this story of like, oh, Mark Andrews, he might have created this monster that we see here of Eddie Dennis. He's a second twisted son of a gun who has lost his morality. Also, hello Matthew. Hello. We're doing your joke. Did you see it? Do you see it, Matthew? Botchamania, Matthew? Hello? Like...
I didn't even notice that the commentary were sort of alluding to him as well.
Yeah.
And that's even worse.
It is. It is.
Just let it happen. Like, I bet that when Matthew cut those bits, he wasn't necessarily like, oh, this is good because he mentioned me. It's like he's just doing his fucking thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's always seemed somewhat checked out of it, but he just does it. It's like he doesn't want the reference.
In the time that I've like been mutuals with Botchamania Matthew, I've seen him like.
Oh yeah, I used to be as well.
I've like
he does follow the podcast, I think.
Yes, that's right. I've seen him like take such interest in like oh, here's like all these like handheld matches from like the Fed or like the Great American Bash Tour of 1986. Then he'll message me like, hey, what's David Malenko saying in this All Japan Women's promo? And like what I get from that is like someone who is so tired of the Metallica joke he made 10 years ago. He just wants to watch grappling. Yeah, that's the feeling I get off him.
I get the same feeling. I think he's alright. I just don't watch that shit.
Yeah. So, they're doing so many table spots. There's like a flip bomb onto the table that looks like it probably sucked to take, and the crowds, they don't care. They just like the joke. Now it's time for ladder spots because they're on the big ladder, which is now in, and there's also like a smaller ladder which is on the corner, and Mark Andrews gets doofed, and he does a truss fall onto the ladder and dies, and Eddie Dennis looks at him like, oh my god, holy fuck. And
because you can't have a friend versus friend match without some pickling.
That's right. That the brutality of that ladder bump makes him question for 1 minute. He has a flashback to when they were kids playing with the Grimace toys and Hot Wheels and stuff, and doing the backyard wrestling, and they will love each other forever, and he remembers it all. But then he's like, I will climb up the ladder. Wait, no, I will not climb up the ladder. I want to do more punishment.
Yeah, the first he looks like shocked, like, oh no, my friend. And then he climbs a bit, and he's like, actually, I hate this guy. I will beat him up some more. and that really puts over, what they're fighting for when they're just like, no, I will get down.
Yeah. And so, like, Mark Andrews has, like, welts on his back from that ladder bump. And in a disgusting commentary display, they're like, we saw Robbo beforehand, but that might be even worse. The welts on the muscles. No, man. Robbo's was sicker. Shut up.
Are you saying there's a sicker cunt out there than Robbo?
You better not be, so you're not.
Maybe Jimmy Havoc. I'll accept Jimmy Havoc. But other than that...
You better not be saying that, mate. You're talking about that, mate. Yeah, and then there's more epic table spots. At this point, I rate this sucks. And
yeah, why did they keep going for the fucking tables? Like, it's like these two have planned their match meticulously around table spots, and almost nothing but table spots. There's no plan B. There's no ability to adapt to the obstacle that these unbreakable tables present. And obviously it's not the biggest deal in the world if a table doesn't break. But when you do it 3 or 4 times and everyone's like, oh, table.
Yeah.
Then it's kind of undermining your shit.
It's a failure of a pro wrestling match.
Epic fucking fail.
They're doing some just setting up spots, crafting all this shit, and I love crafting complicated deathmatch spots. I don't love it when Glenn Joseph is yapping in my ear the whole time about I fucking you were talking about how the commentary is just like blah 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 blah. I agree with that, and there's just something I hate about the dynamic where it's like. These guys are the most interested in Progress storylines ever. And just hearing this thing where it's there's that Eddie Dennis that you defend all the time. He's putting the sleeper on a Music Matter. It's not even the business. And the other guy is all well, okay, that's over the line, but you have to admit that Eddie Dennis was overshadowed, and he's just responding. I think he should shut up. I don't want to hear about storyline anymore.
It's like I said earlier. I'm sure it would be bad if somebody was trying to do a colour act on this, but at the same time, when it's just these sort of just neutral nothings have to be well, you can kind of see Eddie Dennis's point with this. I don't condone it, but just fucking pick a side. Pick a side. Do it.
Say that Mark Andrews should be executed for overshadowing Eddie Dennis.
Yeah. Oh, you know who would make this so much better? Nigel McGuinness.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Did you hear his eating brie joke a few weeks ago?
Yeah, because Brian says he's a vegan. But he's been eating brie all along.
He gets it. Nigel McGuinness gets it.
So, Mark Andrews does dive. He does a dive off the ladder. Cool. And then Eddie Dennis spits in his face. This is an unprecedented shock. I've never seen this before, and I'm very shocked by it. And they say on commentary, it's about abuse now. It's about violence. And then like,
what was it about at the start of the match?
So Mark Andrews, he takes the chair in his hands, and like he swings it. He appears to do a headshot, but it makes no sound whatsoever. Was this a pussy chair shot, do you think?
No, I don't think the ECW heads would stand for that. He's Lance storming it up out there.
Yeah, the Proggly heads are just like, way.
Way!
So then Eddie comes back from this devastating chair shots to put him through a table with the next stop driver. I think we should ban move names. Just saying. And then Eddie just climbs up the ladder.
Put like a date, like if the move hasn't been named at this point, you just go, whoa, what was that?
just do like the Josh Matthews special of just like you're talking, then the move happens, and then so yeah, Eddie Dennis wins.
Good for him. He could have won a bit earlier, but he didn't, and then he did.
Storytelling, psychology.
Yeah. He's like, maybe one of these table spots will pan out. There is the table spot that does. They do eventually break the table, and it's like the fucking England won the World Cup.
Yeah.
They received the world's biggest pop for it.
Biggest wahey ever.
Top 5 epic waheys. That's in there.
Yeah, so a really bad match and a really crappy storyline, and I hate both of these wrestlers now.
Yeah. I've always been kind of neutral to Mark Andrews because he's kind of like too inoffensive to feel strong dislike towards. But in this match, I was like, yeah, you can fuck off. But yeah, the former head teacher, Eddie Dennis, wins.
Yeah. You know,
that's an interesting wrinkle of these kind of shows when, well, this guy at various points needed a day job.
Yeah.
And he was a head teacher.
You know, for something that like seems so thorough about the story, like they really bring that up at like the 11th hour. Like literally as he's like leaving the ring. Oh, he was a head teacher.
Yeah. I just imagine being a student at school and be like, damn, he can't even fucking break a table. Like, this guy wanted to be like the authority. Come on.
I know. Yeah. I like did a bit of reading about him after I heard that, and like he goes on to be in NXT UK, and then he gets fired from NXT UK, and then he comes back to NXT as a writer. Yeah,
and I think he quit to do Progress again.
Yeah, he was pretty active on Cage Match, so
yeah.
Still cooking, Eddie Dennis.
Good on him, yes.
Bad on him. I don't like his wrestling.
But yeah, this was a TLC match for guys who shout "We want tables" in any given no DQ match. I would say. Yeah.
They
just love table involvement.
We need to travel back in time and stop the Dudley Boys.
Yeah.
So now it's Jim Smallman says it's time for the main event, and please direct your heads towards the video screens. So now it's time, my friends, for the main event.
Way.
And it is Tyler Bate versus Walter.
The fat cunt?
Fat cunt Walter.
Yeah.
Now known as Slim Cunt Gunter.
The Slim Gun.
Slim Guns, who is, as we've learned, dressing.
The Jinny got him dressing in Milan.
So we get this video package. I wasn't prepared for how lame this would make Tyler Bate look.
Oh.
Like, so, you know, Walter is really good at talking. He always has been, as long as I've known of him. He can just, like, rattle off about, like, you know,
he doesn't do the kind of promo where it would be like, oh, mate, that was an epic promo. But it's just fucking good, and it takes them from fucking A to B, which is what you need.
He exists as, like, this personality, you know? Like, he gets asked about, like, you know, like, oh, is Tyler Bate a challenge to you? And he's like, no, he is a boy. I'm an adult. You know? Just, like, effortlessly condescending and just, like, just feels like a champion. He is an incredible wrestler. And I feel a need to highlight this when I'm talking about such shit. Because meanwhile, Tyler Bates, so I always knew of him as the big strong boy, as a nickname. But this does not take away from how embarrassing it is for him to repeatedly, over and over again, go, oh, I'm the biggest, strongest boy of all.
Yeah. Boo. Boo.
How can you live with yourself? Terrible.
It's crazy.
Terrible.
I felt for a while that Pete Dunne has an alright character. He presents his character well to an extent, or at least during this time period. I'm not really up to date with what he's doing now, but back then, you know, he had his sort of cocky character nailed down pretty well, but he wrestled not so good. Whereas Bate was more impressive in the ring, but he had one of the lamest characters of all time. And again, I'm not sure what the fuck he's doing now in Deuceland and NXT. But at this point, where he's just like, well, I'm the biggest, strongest boy. That's so lame. And then there's a bit in this big video package where Bate says that, well, people have been calling me some kind of new rip-off Conor McGregor. Have they? Have they really? Can you name them?
Commentary later, like, references like, oh, he was doing the old Conor McGregor, but now he's serious. And I don't want to see that. I don't want to check up on that.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck they're talking. Why are you mentioning Conor McGregor with this guy? That's like, he has some qualities, but those are not it. The like, Conor McGregor qualities are not it.
Like, what I imagine is like, just like, imagine if like Tyler Bate was doing like the Seth Rollins gimmick before Seth Rollins decided to do it.
What, like the funky outfits and going,
Yeah, all that.
Yeah.
That's like what I imagine when you say like, oh, he's doing Conor McGregor. So, you know, there's that. Tyler Bate comes out to his nondescript feet, and you know, it's got like a outfit which is looks.
Was
weird.
he using the Peter Gabriel knockoff in this one?
I'm not sure.
Might have been. I know that he used the Peter Gabriel knockoff.
And so here he's just using some fucking theme, and it's like his gear, not too big on it. And so Walter, he still has Symphony Number 9 as his theme, as he would when he goes to the Fed. And for this special big show, they have two violinists who are there to play the melody of it. And when they appear, you know, they get a wahey, but then you can hear someone just yell out, Shinsuke Nakamura!
Shinsuke Nakamura!
Yes.
Yes.
Well done.
Fuck off.
I love the thought of this. I love the thought of this guy who's like only of experience with the instrument known as the violin is Shinsuke Nakamura.
Yeah, it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating how Walter has to exist in this shit.
So earlier for Pete versus Ilja, I said a line that is, Jetzt ist es also Zeit für den größten Kampf in europäischen Wrestling. Abgesehen von das letzte Spiel. And that meant, now it is time for the biggest match in European wrestling. Apart from the last match.
I know, right? Like...
Because it's the same, right?
Like...
They built that up as the biggest match in European wrestling, but this is basically the same thing as Vic versus Progress.
That's why I always hate about like when there's this billing of a match as like a dream match that's like the semi-final to like a title match. The title's supposed to be the biggest thing.
Yeah.
Like that's not some fucking like cranky GR pure stuff. That's just basic logic. Fucking.
I'll get it. I'm with you.
Yeah. So Jim Smallman, I gotta say, he doesn't compare to Ludwig Kaiser. He does not go duh, which you know, it's a real minus in this book.
Well, he does go duh, but that's just when he's out of the ring. He's just like duh, because he's a plonker.
He's a plonker, but you're going crazy. So we get going here between Walter and Tyler Bate. Walter takes Boy and gut wrenches him out onto the apron and pats him in a show of dominance. And then they come back in the ring. Walter gets a headlock on. He grinds him down. This is the sort of detail I've been missing in the Grapply for the past 3 hours.
Did you think that when he did the pat down spot, it's just like a spot that has been done in like many Okada versus Tanahashi matches? It's like, okay, these guys are fucking going long.
I guess so. I was too engrossed by it to be reminded of the formula of it, which I guess is the aim of all pro wrestling, is to just make you forget how fucking formulaic all this shit is. So yeah, like Tyler tries muscling up out of it. Walter is always like adjusting his hold, his lock on the face, even when he's like getting like gut shotted en route to like getting whipped out of the headlock. He's still like wrenching his forearm in a way that looks fucking brutal into the face.
Brutal.
And then he shoulder blocks Tyler Bate. Then he goes for a cocky pin, and Tyler Bate's like, "Fuck you, Zabro, holy shit!" And then what I love is like they do this thing where like Walter teases the chop, it gets missed, and Tyler Bate teases the slam, but he gets wriggled out of it. And they do the applause, and Walter just immediately doofs him. He doesn't wait for the applause to stop. It's great. It's great. I love it.
Yeah, so while it was clear what kind of match that they were working, it was obviously the sort of methodically paced main event that was definitely extremely in at this time.
Yep.
And I don't know, I've not been watching much Japanese wrestling lately, so I don't know if that's still like the Dunne thing. AEW tends to... I wouldn't say like the main event is always like the longest match and always presented as the most epic shit ever. But, you know, at this point, these guys are definitely working that kind of match. And it's definitely not my preferred match structure. But Walter excels at it more than most, with just like his general brutishness. He's got excellent strikes. He has a simple moveset that you could apply to a default CAW, but he just executes everything that he does really fucking well.
it can't be understated how much of a breath of fresh air he is on this show.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
like, you know, I like wonder to myself, you know, like, am I just being like, you know, like some like bias thing here because like, oh, me no Gunter good wrestler, so me interpret his wrestling to be good. Meanwhile, there's other people I don't give them a time of day. But literally, bro, he just does everything better. He actually,
yeah,
it's just correct.
And he is pretty objectively the most successful person on this show.
Oh, absolutely.
In the current day. And yeah, it fucking makes sense. For once, wrestling makes sense.
Cancelled-ometer reading -6.
This guy cancelled. Mate, Jinny, he's just hanging out with Jinny in Milan. Getting that good.
He cancelled his love handles.
He cancelled his love handles because of the good.
Tarly gets a slam off, and you know it's treated a big moment of like, you know, Gunter like taking a powder afterwards. Tarly Bate does like this shitty slap knee, where like I'm sure you remember what it's like. He like does like a knee lift, but he also like loudly slaps the back. So I was like, oh, he really caught him with that knee, this like dull body part, which goes through if you collect against it with like that. Oh, yeah. Big one there, and then it's immediately followed up.
You were saying about your bias of Gunter as a good wrestler. I saw him do a kick later on, like a big boot style kick, and he slapped the fly. Yeah, makes you think. Makes you think.
Cancelled-ometer up to -4.
Oh, cancelled-ometer rising. Cancel culture has gotten out of control because now knee slaps count. Thigh slaps count as cancelable actions. Man, maybe all the reactionaries are right.
Man, like I feel like we've just like managed to like, you know how like you can take a petri dish and like recreate civilization. I feel like we've done that with like the term cancelled, where like, you know, you started off just being like, oh, which wrestlers on this show are no longer working in wrestling due to grievous sexual assault allegations, and now we've come here where we're like, oh, this guy didn't do something I liked, he's cancelled. Like, we've just recreated the arc of cancelled here.
Yeah. It's like autism, you know. It's a spectrum, cancelled spectrum. The cancelled-ometer definitely respects the spectrum. You know, not all autistic people are like flipping out at the slightest thing. Some of them are just a bit awkward.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't know anything about that. I'm sure you wouldn't either.
Yeah, so some of them just watch 3+ Hour Progress Wrestling show from 2018.
Yeah, and you know, I'm just being totally normal about this shit.
We watch Progress Wrestling to make fun of it, and we demand respect.
We demand progress.net.
Thank you, XWT, once again.
Love you guys.
So,
although my ratio is really low. It's because I went through a phase when I was in a different country of downloading every AEW show and then just like deleting the file as soon as I was done.
Oh, that's not how you do it. Come on now.
It's how I want to do it.
Torrent criminal. Torrent criminal.
Oh, sorry, you can't see it off me and make all my fucking make my Spotify lag or whatever I'm trying to do.
Oh man. Well, you know, I was about to say, like, at least that Progress one was a free release, but I remembered, oh, you just downloaded the one thing, so that would be worth shit.
Yeah, and I closed uTorrent as soon as I was done.
Wow. It is open for me as I speak. Let me check. Oh, seeding like fuck, along with WCCW Supercards restored.
No, you can't have it. Can't have it from me. Get it off someone else. Not interested.
So yes, the City Slap knee, which as we learn will be redone by Walter regrettably, it gets followed up by like Tyler Bate. He comes off the ropes and he gets swatted by the first chop of the match.
Wow.
Which is really good.
And obviously it's like a cliche with Walter to be like, oh, his chops are good, but his chops are good.
They're so good. And it's probably been talked a whole lot before, but like he really does use them in a great way where like he gets like touted as like a counter fighter later on, and it reminds me of like I've seen like Matt D of Segunda Kaida do a whole lot of like Fujiwara posting about like how there's a guy who like actually was a defensive wrestler, and in the wrestling scene as it's now, it's very unlikely there's going to be someone like that again, because like it's just like so established, the rhythms of pro wrestling, like it's just so back and forth and stuff. But I think at the very least, like the details of like that sort of thing can be done, and I think Walter does it here because he uses strikes as like he means to get somewhere, like he has all these like makings of like a beef guy, but I think what distinguishes him is like the chop is used to cut off momentum and then go into something else, or he like I noticed him doing like the fucking like what is it, like the hammer and something elbows that like Brian and all that do, and I'm thinking like okay, he's doing this, but no, he's just doing it to get into the face lock. Oh my god, and it's just stuff which is really fresh and nice.
I've definitely become like a big cut-off person. I fucking love a cut-off.
Me too.
Like, cut-off and comebacks. I feel like that's what it's all about. And somehow there are thousands and thousands of matches that don't understand this.
Yeah.
Maybe there's the odd circumstance where cut-offs and comebacks aren't the crux of a match, but I feel like it's a pretty fucking safe bet that if you just focus on doing one of those really well, it'll be pretty good.
A wrestling match starts off and it's like between two people who are just like vying for supremacy, and then there's like an explosion of something, and like that establishes the heat. Walter.
I think last year I watched one of Brock Lesnar's first WWE matches. It might have actually been his debut against Jeff Hardy.
Right. Yeah.
Have you seen it?
No.
Oh, it's really good. Because Jeff has this fucking fiery fucking quality to him, and he has all that support behind him. And then Brock is just fucking...
Yeah.
And like it's a short and simple thing that like Strigger users would be like, I don't know, it took me like maybe fünf. But no, I thought it was the fucking best shit.
Yeah. And like it's matches like that really we have such a vague construct of what like pro wrestling objectivity is now, that like people like follow so much, but it feels like it crumbles when they try and like define it. And like I think those matches do so well to crumble that too, because like maybe there'll be some people who would say like, yes, this match did exactly what it was supposed to and did it really well. But it wasn't a 5-knot because I know what a 5-knot is. And it's not a
Yeah.
6-minute TV
This
match.
This didn't follow the template of 5-0, despite the fact that maybe some of those supposed 5-0s entertained you a lot less than this match. Oh, makes you think,
Oh.
Yeah, just putting it out there, you know. But yeah, I think the slim, well, no, not the slim cunt, the fat cunt. He's definitely the fat cunt at this point. He got the best out of Tyler Bate here. Yeah, I would like to actually comment on like going back and watching him in his fat cunt era, because it's kind of crazy. Like, I've seen people who've lost a bit of weight before, but he seemed to have like, I've put on a bit of weight this past year or so, but I don't think any of it is in my temples.
Right.
Whereas Walter, he seemed to carry a lot of weight, like there's a lot of padding around the brain.
and now Gunter has like...
And now, yeah, the slim gun is like, he's drained the weight, but mainly from his face.
Interesting.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Look, that's the power of the good, okay?
Man, he just got that good, and the fat just instantly just went like... It just started... Just started disintegrating from his face.
Yeah. Like, Jinny just like pointed up like, thinner.
Yeah, very, very interesting. I've never I've seen a few weight loss journeys in my time, but to see it just go from the top of the head, like he had a big old head at this time.
Yeah.
and now normal head.
yeah. I mean, like, see, all these years he like just had a cheat code put in to activate big head modes, and then when he got called up, he like finally just like reset the console, so like there's no cheats anymore. So at this point, you know, we're a bit into the match now. There's been a whole bunch of stuff going on. The crowd starts they just like sing like something like "Walter's our champion" to like some fucking melody or other, and you know, good on them. That's objectively true.
Yes.
And then commentary is making a big thing about how, like, you know, Ring General is not just a nickname. It's not just something that happens to be on the back of his jacket. It's not just something that he has to put on the back of his trunks. He really is a Ring General. Quote, he knows how to bust it in the ring. What did he mean by this? What does it mean to bust it in the ring?
I don't know. I wish I knew.
Tyler goes for a dive, and then he gets caught and punished with a chop. But then he suplexes Walter on the outside. So okay, what do you think of Tyler Bates striking?
Well, I didn't have like notes on that, so I guess it wasn't egregious like Pete Dunne's striking, because the only time he strikes is to do a Fry versus Takayama spot, which looks terrible.
Yeah.
But Tyler have never really... I mean, I guess he's had matches with Pete Dunne and he's probably done that spot. But in general, I don't think he does that. So, what do you think of his striking? Since you brought it up.
Yeah, like, you know, there's a lot of times where he does, like, slugging. And, you know, I'm thinking, like, you know, it looks fine enough. Yeah, like, I think he's able to look like he sort of keeps up with Walter pretty well. So, you know, I think I could safely say he snacked Fry versus Takayama.
He snatched?
Oh, nashed.
But yeah, I thought Tyler Bate, apart from the fucking video package, obviously, which sucked, Tyler Bate didn't come off too badly here. He has his strength. He has his strength spots, and I thought they were sort of spaced apart well enough that you like. Oh, that is impressive.
He also does the evil wacky line.
Did he?
Yeah, like just like that stupid fucking thing where he like dives into the ropes and catches it with his shoulder blades, and then bunches off of that to do. Yeah, that I call it the evil wacky line.
Yeah, I know the spot. Yeah, it's a good name for it, I guess.
Thank you.
Well, this is the kind of match where I sort of, you know what? I just sat down and watched it.
Wow.
And I thought it was pretty decent from a viewer's perspective. Just kind of boring from a podcaster's perspective. I needed some epic Proggly to happen to make more notes. But you know, if you've got more to say, that's great.
Tyler Bate gets him up in the Argentinian backbreaker, maybe looking for the burning hammer, but then Walter really easy counters it, does a John Woo shotgun dropkick and a powerbomb for 2.
Oh.
Then he's doing the wrist control chops, and Progress commentators are like, he's got the wrist control, so you know, you're really back in 2018 here, when that had some social cachet instead of being a joke. Yeah. When he did the drop kick and the power bomb, I really, that was just a bit of appreciation for the fat cunt, the slim cunt, because I liked how, in an era where it's encouraged to have flashy and intricate stuff that is oftentimes quite convoluted. Yeah.
Walter just executes the simple stuff really fucking well.
In a world,
this still works. Copy him.
I think if you are of the mindset that wrestling has evolved now, and the moves need to be like the fidget spinner, or the next stop driver, or the making towns, I think you are wrong, and you should get another freaking hobby. I'm gatekeeping you from watching wrestling now. And that's that on that.
Yeah.
Tyler Bate, he is doing leg kicks to Walter, and I love how he responds by just shoving him down. He just shoves this small dude down, and then Tyler hits that fucking the fake out punch. We fucking has his fist up in the air, and everyone's supposed to be like, oh! So, not very good. But then he hits a German, the deadlift, hit for 2. Walter comes back with an STF that he then just changes up into a nasty looking cravat. And then they're going back and forth, and eventually Walter goes up to the top rope, and what does he do? He does the golem splash. Just like Okabayashi, he hurtles in the air like a comet or something like that. And I think commentary should die, because they see this cool ass shit and they go I'll tell you what, that is not ring conf. I don't give a shit, bro. Shut up.
I didn't even notice that bit. I think I just tuned these guys out after a bit.
I wish I could.
I mean, the sound production already did half of that, and I did the other half.
Yeah. Terribly mixed yet somehow.
It is pretty funny that this is the biggest show that they'll ever do, ever.
Yeah.
And the audio is not great.
Glenn Joseph's TV. I was once barely audible at Wembley Arena. And so then after that, Tyler Bate is trying to go for a sleeper, and Walter, he counters it by going up on the first rope, and then falling over, and there's another funny commentary thing, because Walter rolls out of the ring, and commentary is like, you see, Walter rolled to his corner maybe to confer with Timothy Thatcher. Meanwhile, the camera's shown him dead. He's dead. He's not moving. He's conferring shit. And then they get back into the ring. They're on the top rope doing a superplex struggle, and then Walter lariats Bate off the top. Then Tyler Bate gets back up to do an exploder, and then he finally gets him up in the Argentinian backbreaker again to do an airplane spin, which he had done previously the normal way, but now he's doing it the backwards way. And they fucking Glenn Joseph freaks the fuck out, going like, the last time we saw this was us catches under a strong star 16.
Just go back to chapter 62.
And then he hits a tiger driver. And this is the big thing, the big mistake that Tyler Bate makes. I don't know why Tyler Bate has the spinal tap in his moveset, but he gets up there and the commentator's like, he needs to hit the spinal tap now! And he misses it. So Walter gets a sleeper on, and it's a very well done struggle where, initially, okay, big strong boy, a terrible nickname, but it's good to use his strength as a thing in the match, as an ingredient in the story. So, like, there's this visual that's very, like, pretty indelible of, like, the small dudes, and, like, Walter really is just riding him. He's, like, up in the air, like, feet planted nowhere, and just, it's, like, really cool to see, like, just, like, the way that Walter adjusts the grip, or, keeps the pressure on. Meanwhile, like, he's trying so hard to, like, get out of it as Tyler Bate. He does, like, he tries to do the Brett Piper finish, where he goes off the ropes and, like, pins Walter that way, pins his shoulders down, but it's only for two. And then Walter, damn, yeah, he really did slap his fucking thigh on that big boot. He really did. Before he locks in the sleeper. And then, Tyler Bate, he gets like two things of the arm dropping, and he fires up on the third one, and Walter hits the 500 and wins. Good finish, very good finish. So yeah, I thought it ended up being like probably the second best match of the show.
After Robbo? Yeah, of course. You got to put Robbo first, yeah. Yeah, I think I would agree. Trying to think, like, what else would even come close to these two.
Probably like Haskins, like a distant third.
Yeah.
Like, it's a strange thing with, like, big main event matches, because I think, like, from the outset, like, for me at least, it can always seem like so daunting to just be like, okay, I know what this is gonna be.
The ghetto influenced structure.
Yeah.
That was extremely prevalent at this time.
And I think what can, like, validate that feeling is if it just feels, it is sort of like I said, like, if you can just, like, see the formula, if there's nothing to kind of, like, pull the wool over your eyes, And I think how this match does that is just by, like, emphasizing, like, the rules of the two, like.
Yeah, I remember watching. It was at the big Ring of Honor New Japan show, shortly before AEW would become a thing. At Madison Square Garden. You remember that one?
Oh yeah.
It was the Okada Jay White match, where they were very much working that structure, and then. But it was like just this completely boring match with not much to fucking cling on to. And then maybe in the final 5 minutes they've got this pre-prepared stuff that, makes you go, okay. Yeah. That's not what the fat cunt did here. He has the presence to make that structure work.
He can make things feel dynamic as opposed to inevitable.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's so powerful about, like, the little details. I'm like a primate, you know. I'm a simple creature, and like if I see you do a wrestling move and like you kind of like vary up the grip a bit to make it look like you're really struggling, I'm like, oh, 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 oh. Like, it's not hard, but barely anyone does it. So, you know.
It's crazy. Like, we can be so enthralled by very simple things that wrestlers can do, but so many wrestlers choose not to do this.
Yeah.
And I guess, you know, some are more successful than others and such, and some reach big heights, but, man, if you just make those small moments matter, and especially when you're going long, you can have us. We're there for you. But so often, it is not the case. Big sigh.
Sigh. Yep, that's the melancholy that we say goodbye to Wembley on.
Goodbye, Wembley.
Goodbye, Wembley. They do the code of honor, do Bate and falter.
Yes.
The commentary feels like they're coping a whole lot, because like they're just all like, you cannot deny the type of man that Torla Bate is after this performance. Like, he lost. He's a loser.
Yeah. Okay. What about the guy who won?
I know. Vulture leaves and Tyler Bate stays in the ring to soak up the applause. And, you know, what better ending to a video fail can there be after so long of this show than Chapter 77, Pumpkin Spice Progress, coming up next.
Pumpkin Spice Progress. Oh, it's October, so they're going to get spooky.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, I can't say I've seen that one. So...
We're millennials, bro. We love the pumpkin spice, don't we? Starbucks.
So I guess we'll get to a fucking overall verdict on the show. For me, well, it was long, and it really was, like I was saying at the start, a call back to chapter 1, if you will. It's like I could see the things that drew me to it in some places, and equally I could see the things that made me say fuck this shit.
Yeah.
And not bother with it again. Ultimately, I would say, and this is obviously as a person who has seen the Electric Ballroom shows that were probably much worse than this, they gave it a big old fucking go. At big old fucking Wembley Stadium. Or not Wembley Stadium, but the arena next to it. Yeah. And, you know, I'm sure that they would have many more detestable shows than this, even though there was many detestable elements to this show. I feel like it's mainly the way that they present themselves. It's like the things that they do to make themselves stand out from fucking day one. The fucking Progress staff.
Yeah.
The shields instead of tag titles. Having a semi-professional comedian do the ring announcing. Just all this, having a big lads title instead of a cruiserweight title.
Yeah.
All of the things that they do to stand out just make me go, ugh.
Yeah.
Makes my fucking skin crawl. Like, I don't like it.
I mean, it's just the same as like all these fucking like stupid moves they do, where it's like, oh, I can't just do like a power slam. I have to like add all this shit to it, like it's creative finisher. Like, yes, it's creative, but it's not good. There's a reason nobody added a 720 flip to this move, because it looks stupid.
Yeah, and I think back to the years where I was watching, like, trying out more different promotions than I'd ever done before or since.
Mm-hmm.
and I would see like there was one Brit-Rest promotion called Riptide.
Riptide, the cinematic promotion.
The cinematic promotion, and like people, I could only read good stuff about this promotion online. So I was like, well, okay, I'll check it out. It sucked. I hated it. I hated the way they filmed every little fucking bit of it. The matches, they were nothing, but it's just this fucking the way that they presented it was just fucking a load of toss.
Yeah,
and it's similar with Progress. Like I go hot and cold on pro wrestling sometimes, but I do actually like it. I like the stuff that I have seen. You don't necessarily need to fucking divert from the general structure of pro wrestling to connect with me.
Yeah.
And in fact, if you do that so much, then I'll just be like, fuck you. I like fucking Vader doing a powerbomb. What are you going to do about it?
I think Riptide clears for me, just because I remember there being like one GIF someone made of it, where it's like one of those like lingering tracking shots, and it's sort of like, I can't remember who it is in the ring, but Paul Robertson is outside of the ring, and the camera just like looms over to like him just like standing there. It's a really good GIF. So, I think they're justified by that. I think they're like the number 2 promotion in the world.
New number 2 Riptide.
What's my general verdict on it? Well,
You enjoy that, my friends?
no. Bad show.
Yeah, on the whole it was. But like I say, you've had it easy.
Yeah, I sure have.
This is your first time at Proggly. It's your round. It's your round, but it could have been worse. You just have to trust me, because I don't know, when we were throwing around ideas for this podcast, I definitely I thought, mate, what about the Proggly with all Robbo and that? And I think it's led to a pretty decent show. But to be honest, I can't imagine going back to it. It would have to take like a few more years of being away from it to want to do that again.
Yeah, I thought you were going to be like, this is your first time in it, probably, and it won't be your last.
No, it might be your last. I think this revisit, it was like putting flowers down at a grave.
Wow.
That was buried many years ago. It's like, okay, and you just sort of cleanse, and you're like, right, I'm past that period of my life. We can move on.
Damn, you needed this.
Yeah. I went to the electric ballroom 3 times, mate.
Yeah.
And I only got 1 fauna.
Yeah, Volta. He was the one foreigner.
Yep. The fat con.
So yeah, that is hello Wembley. We say goodbye to Wembley, and I think now we've had our piece, but it's time for a deciding vote.
Are you talking about the machine known as the grapplometer?
The grapplometer.
Okay, I've got a. I'll just post a hyperlink. Don't look at the chat yet. I'll tell you when to look. Right?
Okay.
Okay, now you can look and click the link and play it on stream.
Can I introduce you please to a lump of cheddar cheese? Knit one, plow one, drop one, cow one. Kick it.
La la la. Wow. The grapplometer is really making some unusual noises these days. Alright, you can fucking stop it now.
Grapplometer, please!
Grapplometer. Okay. The verdict is in 53735728638.26838.25256662522. You tried. Yeah!
Oh dear.
Also, was kommt als nächstes, Connor?
Excusez-moi, je ne sais pas le Deutsch.
Was kommt als nächstes, Connor?
Qu'est-ce que c'est, madame?
Sorry, just get my translator in. Hold on.
Oi! What's next, mate?
Ah, okay. So, you know, I already had this planned, but I was sort of trying to rationalize to myself, you know. I feel like this was something where, for like, you know, a bunch of reasons, like you had like you know, you had a bit of a soft spot for it, you know. This was pain for you too, but like this was like important to you as well. There was just something that like tied you to it. Meanwhile, I was like, man, fuck that show, fuck us, oh my god, fuck it. And I think it's time we come back to a time where that dynamic was reversed. We are going to do Extreme Pro Wrestling presents Liberty or Death 2002.
Yes! That was my second from next pick.
We are going to talk about the Raw sewage match.
Yes.
More piss, more shit.
Oh, fucking yeah, that's good. That's great. I think I was gonna do one other thing as my next pick, or that might have actually been my next pick. Actually, I'll have to look at my list. Yes, you've usurped me. I'll have to find a new next pick.
Back to the drawing board.
Yeah. So you know, I've grown as a person since then, and I love shit now. I think it's great. I think the smell's fantastic. the sound when it comes out, brilliant. I listen to that just on like my iPod, you know, just like the sound of shit. So I'm well into this idea.
Nearly 6 hours. It's just talking about progress at Wembley Arena. You're talking about how much you like shit.
Mate, it's what the Proggly does to you, mate.
Jim Smallman, but nothing small about his shits. Yeah, so we're going back to XP Dub next time.
So, much like the pussy, we got Linktree and bio. Wherever you're listening to it, it will be there in the bio, just like the pussy.
Like the pussy.
And be sure to check out our YouTube, which has been popping off recently.
Oh
It's
yeah.
It's bringing disgraced, cancelled pro alumni Marty Skull to tears. How well it's been doing. And
Yeah.
also keep an eye out for us on Twitch, because we might be doing that soon. In fact, we plan to at some point.
That's right. That's right. Still getting
Twitch, the gamer app! For
the
gamers.
gamer app. You know, it ain't just a place where you play your Minecraft or watch 2005 Raw. No. It can be used for other things too. And we plan to do those things. Watch that space.
Wait, so you're saying there's a use for Twitch other than giving 2 1/4 for a Rosie match?
I know it's hard to believe, but
What?
I don't want to melt your snow here, but yeah.
Oh.
What the fuck
Yeah.
are we talking about, man? Jesus Christ.
We'll be there on the gamer app, probably playing some games, but sometimes some grappling as well.
Yes.
And it will be good because we won't force you at gunpoint to give a star rating once a match is finished.
We force you at gunpoint to not give a star rating. If you do, then I as mod will ban you from chat.
Yeah, and I as mod will shoot you. But if you don't like Twitch, then you'd fucking better like bread. Because I'm going to feed it to you right now. Here you go. Num 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 num. Num 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 num. Num num num. Num num num.
I'm a man who don't complain about the weather or the rain. I find it makes no difference anyway. Now I have but one regret that I haven't mentioned yet. It's all about the bread we get today. I can get myself a nice lobster or a nice broad apron crab. When I'm a little bit hungry, a nice little herring I've had. I can get myself a nice mushroom to go along with eggs in bed. I can get myself a nice mother, but I can't get a nice loaf of bread. No more you can. I'm a discontented man, and I don't quite understand. That's why I put this question up to you. In the world we live today, can you come to me and say just why they make the bread the way they do? I can get myself a nice turkey or a nice soul duck as well. Where there's chicken and gravy, they're the most exciting smell. With a pin I can tickle and winkle, but just like I have said, I can get myself a nice funeral, but I can't get a nice loaf of bread.